It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos, no need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos.
It's raining tacos out in the street. Tacos, all you can eat. Lettuce and shells, cheese and meat. It's raining tacos. Yum, 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 yummity yum. It's like a dream. Yum, 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 yummity yum. Bring your sour cream.
Shell, meat, lettuce, cheese. Shell, meat, lettuce, cheese. Shell, meat, cheese, cheese.
It's raining tacos. Raining tacos. Raining tacos. It's raining tacos.
It's raining tacos. Raining tacos. Raining tacos.
Cheese.
It's raining tacos. Tacos.
Blossom. Bubbles. Buzz.
everybody? Welcome to the stream. What the heck was that? Hi. Apparently, we can't have alerts and also change the scene. That's why I need a new computer. Because if I get any kind of alert and anything else happens, it can do one thing at a time. That's it. One thing. We leave it alone, and it does the one thing, and it's happy. But after that, nope. Good. Thank you so much for the sub, by the way, guys. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Chovy, and thank you. Hello, Pops. Good to see you. Welcome. Blanco, thank you for the sub. And Ferric, thank you for the sub. That's super awesome of you guys. Yo, Saved by Grace, what up? 48 stream streak, but it breaks tomorrow with work. I have good news for you. I'm not streaming tomorrow. Good news. I'm not streaming tomorrow, Saved by Grace. You won't break your streak. That's funny. Mandy makes it possible to go live and do the starting soon hype build up. Oh, does it really? Oh, dude, I love it. That song right now is just it's a trigger for me. I actually had it as what do you call that? I had a redeem to change the song. If we got far, not a redeem, a goal, like a sub goal. And if we got certain, then it was going to be, chat can pick a new song for me to start with from now on, and I'll retire the old one. I was a little worried because it kind of is my Pavlovian trigger to stream start brain, go turn on now. So Gangster's Paradise. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's just, yeah, that. We'll do that. It's a way to go. Hey, Donnie. Welcome. Good to see you. I should probably turn off my alerts. Did that work? It didn't, did it? I don't know what's going on there. Something goofy. But I don't like it when people have to spend stuff on stuff it doesn't work. So which one was that? That was yeah, you didn't hear, little friend. I'll go turn that off. If it's not going to work, then it's not fair. Chat points, Twitch points. Boomstick worked. Say hello to my little friend did not work.
Say hello to my little friend.
Worked for me. What'd you do wrong? You clearly hit the button wrong. Obviously. Let me see if I can do it.
Say hello to my little friend.
No, I hit the button. Why didn't it work? I mean, I have permissions, obviously. That's so funny. It's for everybody. Streamer, mod, VIP, sub, everybody. Okay, yeah. Gonna get destroyed in the comments on today's video. Are you stirring the poo-poo around? Girk? Good for you. So yeah, we're gonna be we're keeping it simple today. I am it's so funny how it feels like, and it's gonna be, thank you for the lurk. Feels a little odd when I say this, but like I'm jumping into, I do my devos in the morning and I read that same sort of devos that we've been talking about, and I don't always want to turn devos into talk, because it's actually not healthy for a pastor to always be thinking, how can I turn this devotional that's supposed to be between me and God and prayer and stuff into a talk? That actually distracts from the actual, devo part. And, but it just feels like on Tuesdays, it just hits the right chord. So we're going to talk about that today. Reset the economy on Minecraft server to 0. Made a Discord role for enabling or disabling the shop per person. The economy in Minecraft, what does that mean? Did you delete everybody's money? Everyone be complaining PoE 2 is way too hard. I think it's massive skill issue. Do they make the game easier in every way this season? Oh, do you think they wrecked it, or do you think the players wrecked it? Right, but did you take away everybody's money, or did you reset how the store works? Because if you took away everybody's money, you're going to get everybody kind of cranky with you. But if you reset how the store works and everything and you've changed things up that way, then that makes sense. Thank you for the hype train, everybody. I really appreciate that. That's super cool of you. Everybody open your hype chest. What do you got? What do we get? I got Spill the Tea. That's actually kind of cool. That's a nice little animation. Good for them. The players have unreasonable expectations and forgot how hard the launch of the game was. I don't know, man. Blaming the players for a game that they're saying is too hard. It depends, right? Is it how many people? Like, what percentage of players are like, this is too hard, I quit? Or is it just a bunch of loud, whiny people? Because if it's a bunch of loud, whiny people, then you know what? There's always loud, whiny people about everything all the time. But if it's actually like a real problem, then you know, like, because people complained about Dark Souls, people complained about Hollow Knight, people complained about, you know, freaking Tetris, that it was, you know, there's something wrong with it and you should be, you know, and but it was on them. It wasn't the game player. It was meant they play. That's how the game was meant to be. I just set the money and we're gonna reset the store too. The economy reset is the only way to ensure everyone has a fair playing stance. Yeah, I guess that makes sense to you delete everybody, because if they have $1 zillion billion. Yeah, well, it's just like my son, because of the wool, like you said, the wool, right? Where you can make $1 billion, zillion, gajillion dollars in no time at all. I think honestly you should delete half the store. Like, get rid of all the dyes, get rid of the flowers, get rid of the animals, get rid of the like the most of the ores, like the really common ones. Just delete them. Like, you shouldn't be able to sell cobblestone or sell, you know, your well, no, actually that's not true. The selling part where you can sell off some, like, your junk from your base, I like that. Because you have a choice, right? You throw it into the fire and it disappears, or you put it in one of the chests and it auto sells for you. I think that's great, because that way you can make a little bit of coin because you did the work. You worked for it and you get some coin. I like that. What distracts is when you're running through the game, and maybe Girk should make a video on this one, because it's actually kind of an interesting topic, and that is because what we're talking about, Girk, is that we the Minecraft server that we have has a store, and the point behind the store is to kind of keep people from making those big villager farms where you got like just rafts and rafts and rafts of villagers and lag everywhere, and it just kind of replaces that. But what ended up happening is people made so much money so fast because of exploiting this or that, they ended up making $1 gazillion, and then they didn't have to go play Minecraft. And in fact, not playing the Minecraft meant that they were going to be they didn't want to play anymore, because they didn't have to go adventuring, they don't have to go get anything, there was no challenge, there was no reason to go out there, so they didn't, and they got bored and they quit. And so but the other side of it is some things are really hard to get, and I don't want to go into the nether and scare myself to death and all the rest of that stuff to get one thing, lose all my stuff, because as soon as that starts happening, then I'm like, I don't want to play that either, because that's too hard. So we got to find that balance between a store that helps people who want to build but move forward in their building without having to spend 17 hours adventuring, and people who want to who gather stuff and whatnot, and not letting them pillage the entire universe and take over everything. Yeah, make the store a gacha game. Actually, that's not a bad idea. If that's a thing, is that a thing, Fortress? You're not wrong. That's actually a really good idea. Yeah, it's gotcha. G-A-C-H-A. No, G-A-C-H-A. Gotcha. So the gotcha, what that means is that it's random. So like if you loot boxes, and if you go and you have to do 10 pulls to get your waifu and all the rest of that stuff, it's random. But the idea is, yeah, if you get random chance to spend money on the store loot, I love that idea. Not because I'm addicted to gotcha. How dare you even imply it? But what it does is it adds that element of, hey, maybe there's, like, I need this thing, let's go do some work for it, spit it out. No money, no real money exchanged, obviously not at all, 0%, do not do that. But like in game, if you can make the money and then do loot boxes, so that you can actually you don't know what you're gonna get, but you're like, I'm gonna do the I don't know, the ore loot box, or I'm gonna do the I don't know, tool loot box, or I don't know how that works. But anyway, I like that idea because it really does. It brings down the just go and chew away at all of everything. And Donnie, exactly right, talking about getting rid of the massive storage system. I don't like that either. Like having 17 million pounds of cobblestone, who needs it, right? But but if you could just sell that kind of stuff off for 15, 20 bucks. Go check that out. Actually, I like that idea. I think that'd be a neat little thing. That'd be a neat little thing to put in there, because then you'd be spending in-game money on stuff that is that you can get. And if you don't get the thing you want, maybe you'll get something you didn't even know you had, like a really cool pot or some kind of cool decorative item. And then that'd be kind of fun. I like it. I like it a lot. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I agree that. I agree with that completely. No giant villager farms. We can just say no. No, you can't have redstone monstrosities, and no, you can't have villager farms. That's not what this is for, right? It is meant to be a place where we build together and we enjoy talking to each other and hanging out with each other. And I'm going to make a little train that goes to everybody's house and all that stuff. Like, it's the whole point is that we're supposed to be hanging out with each other, not just showing up and playing Minecraft like we could do on our own PC with nobody around. That's the idea. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, give that some thought. Incidentally, I'm doing a giveaway on the Discord only giveaway. If you are a creator, or if you know a creator that you want to bless, head over there, click that button, go to the announcements channel, and what you're going to see is the announcement for the Fueler Creator giveaway, which is I've got 15 bucks in coffee and I got 20 bucks in Rogue, and I want to give them away. All you got to do is go and tell me a little story. I'll choose some people who I think are good stories, or we go by like the how many people got the thumbs up and whatnot. What's cool is that you can actually do you can do it in a thread right in my announcement channel, so you don't have to go find it somewhere. Just do it right in the thread, and then I'll come back around to it and we'll take a look and we'll give away some stuff. We'll do it next Tuesday. I'm gonna run it for a week, so because that way you guys can go find your favorite creators and add people. That way maybe we can get to know some new creators. Maybe we can hear some cool stories. Maybe we can give away some stuff. Go and check that out and tell me a little story. And yeah, that's what we're gonna be doing. In the meantime, today is Taco Tuesday. We're gonna be talking about content creation, obviously, but we're gonna be doing it's a Devo, it's a Bible Devo, and we're not even gonna be scratching the anything new. It's something you've heard a million times, but we all need to hear over and over and over. I know I needed to hear it today, maybe you do too. But before we do that, obviously I need to ask you guys what's going on, how's life, how are things, anything you want to talk about personally, content creator wise, life wise, or anything. You're the most important thing. You're the most important person on the stream and not me. So I want to make sure that you are encouraged. So how you doing? My sticky thing keeps unsticking, and then I get warm because it blows on my head. I don't like that. Okay. Kayla's great grandma died. Were you guys close? Are you like proximity wise or with people? My children experienced more death in the last 2 years than I did in my entire life. 6 people. Oh wow, really? That's wild. So when I was growing up, she's one of the babysitters. Okay, wow. Yeah. That's close. Yeah, rock and roll, man. Let's experiment. Let's experiment with that. I like that. Yeah, one of the babysitters. So, like when I was growing up, I had the opposite. I was constantly at funerals. Everybody in my family was always dying all the time. And so, like by the time I was a teenager, like my summer was pallbearing for like a few years, and it was you just kind of. Yep, that's life. That's what you do. Which is, I mean, it's silly when you're like trivializing death like that, but you get used to it. It just kind of sucks after a while. Your first death was 17. They're so used to it, and I'm not. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Like for me, it was just life. People die. Oh, my whole family smoked themselves into oblivion. Like they literally just were a bunch of chimneys who died of heart failure and cancer. That's what they did, all of them, all at once. And so it was just part and parcel of life. And so, but I'm at the point now. Okay, so this actually happened the other day where my mom called in the middle of nowhere. Hello, Samus, good to see you. my mom called like in the middle of the day. I think it was like 2 o'clock or something, and I was at home, and because I usually call her on call them, my parents, on Sundays, and it wasn't then, and I'm like, uh-oh. My immediate thought was, who died? And that's such an interesting thing, because it would have been it wouldn't have entered my brain, say 10 years ago, maybe even 5 years ago, that death was imminent for a lot of the people that I know. But because of the age that I am now, and because of the age of the parents and all the people around, they are at the point where hey, how you doing, what's going on? Oh, I'm doing fine. Yeah, we're doing this thing. Did you hear uncle so and so died? Did you hear cousin so and so died? Did you hear? It's just kind of it becomes normal. It's kind of like weddings, right? Where you don't go to a wedding for most of your life, and then you go to college, or you have like high school after graduation, then you go into whatever, and like for that there's like a 6-7 year period where a bunch of people are getting married, and you're just doing weddings, and then you don't do anymore, right? And then about 10 years go by, or 12 years go by, or whatever, and these people are starting to have children, and the children are starting to meet people, and then now you're doing more celebrations and whatnot. Like it all comes in waves, and as does death. It's so I've given this little speech before, but I'm not going to do it again. But I think it's so critical that people are able to grieve, and they go to the funeral. Like, it's really important that people go to the funeral, go to a place where they can hear the gospel, where they can grieve with other people, weep with other people, where they can remember, where they can get some closure, things like that. Like, when people avoid that kind of stuff and they run away from it, what ends up happening is they just feel because sort of well, I don't know what the opposite of closure is, right? They just feel like there's something missing, like that person is gone, but there is no way that they kind of close that chapter. It's just they have this open wound inside of them, right? And how do you close that out? Well, the funeral is what that's for. You go, you make an event, you come together, you hear a talk, you remember the person, you say they really are dead, and then you watch them go into the ground. And then there is a certain intellectual, emotional, spiritual, kind of thing that just kind of closes, and you go, okay, they're gone. Yes, I'm still sad. Yes, I'll still remember them, but I had a chance to go and do something of consequence. It's the same thing with weddings. There's actually a correlation between the elaborateness of the wedding to a point, not like when you get insane Hollywood stuff, but like how many people come to the wedding, and whether or not it was planned, versus whether or not it was like sort of an elopement, or they didn't do anything, or they didn't invite anybody. The ones that have more prep are have longer marriages. They divorce less, and the ones who have low prep or hideaway weddings, or and things like that, they have lower, they have higher divorce rates. And I think part of it is because of the public, making it public, and having people there, and being the event, and everybody kind of being around, and having so many more people involved in that wedding, as opposed to it only being your decision, their decision, and no one else's. Oh, calm down, Space Invaders. I just don't really think about it. It's hard to really think past my own family. Well, and that's true too, right? Like we're all busy, and we're all in a place where we see, hey, River, we see what's in front of us, and anything beyond that, whether it be like the family that lives far away, or school friends that don't see anymore, or etc. For that matter, people who work from home, and people who don't see the ones that they work with all the time. It's really easy to get kind of myopic about it, and all you really see is what's in front of you in 1-2 dimensions. But that's appropriate. It's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. But again, what funerals and events and birthdays and all those party stuff that everybody seems to be like, oh, why do I have to go? What it does is it creates that communal experience where you take yourself out of your little bubble, and it actually is good for you. Like, yeah, I got social anxiety. I got issues. I don't like going to parties. I don't like any of that kind of stuff. But I know that when it comes to official events, whether it be invited to a small group, or to church, or to, whatever, life event or something like that, going actually is important. It's important for me. It's important for the person that I'm going to go to. It's important. Like the real reason for the wedding comment is because people have quick and smaller type weddings, like you said, are more impulsive and jump into things versus someone that planned it all out, say for a big wedding. They would tend to think stuff through, including getting married, and how not to impulsively call it quits. I think you're exactly right. Which is why, but also at the same time, because of the external accountability, right? It's one thing to, I went and we flew to Hawaii. 12 people were there that were kind of my closest friends. My mom and my dad couldn't come and whatever. And we got married, and then we flew back and we just said, hey, everybody, we're married now. And nothing changed. Like we were living together before, we were having sex before, we whatever. And then we went down to Hawaii, 12 people saw it, we came back, and now it's us. Well, that is not a community experience. There's not a lot of external accountability. Like if you're no longer married anymore, how many people are actually affected by it, or how many people actually know about it? Almost nobody, right? They would all just, you guys were together and you were hanging out, and then now you're not hanging out anymore. You broke up. It's not that big a deal. Whereas it's different if you see you're working with the courtship, you see the courtship, they get together, they're planning together, they're talking about it, they're excited about it. They create some kind of a big event, not expensive. I'm not even saying expensive. I'm just saying like a bigger event. And then people come, and then all of a sudden there's like however many that are there. It's a far different experience for them, for the people, for accountability, for the future. They have a lot more resources. They've got an entire church, they've got an entire group, they've got counselors, they've got friends and family that they can go talk to about life stuff, or they can go and they can get help financially, or they can get help whatever, and that helps along the way when it comes to keeping the marriage together, right? Just community better, right? Community better. And that's one of the reasons I'm switching out. That's just not the right vibe right now. Just ask Romans for God. Did like the whole 9 yards. Just do it up. Yeah. See, I think personally, and this is maybe just me, but like I think you could do it on a Sunday, right? So like the way that they do baptism on like a special Sunday where they kind of theme it around the baptism and whatnot. There's like a little sermon, and there's things, and people are there, and it's a little different. And then whatever. I think you could do it on a Sunday. Like you've already got the building, you've already got people, you've already got your seats, and you could decorate it up a little bit, and then make it part of the worship service. And like, cause it's not meant to be focused on just the couple. It is a tying together of three. It's God the couple, and for God the couple and the community all together. That's why the weddings you go to that you're affirming actually matter, because you stand accountable to God for who you are saying, I will affirm this marriage. That's why that matters. And so therefore all this stuff is happening. And so you could save a lot of money and still have a pretty cool event and still do the potluck or whatever afterwards, but it doesn't have to be $1 zillion, right? I've seen that done during a church service. It was an older couple and super casual and short. If it's a renewal, or if it's like people getting together and stuff like that, I think, yeah. I just think it'd be cool if, I guess it would be cool if a church was that close to each other that they'd be able to celebrate and be excited about, a wedding. She could come down the aisle in a white dress and do the whole thing. And the service is usually only 45 minutes anyway. So it could be part of a service. Why not? I don't want a traditional wedding as an excuse to go things once never done. Like have a food fight. I would suggest not getting the $1,000 dress then. That might might cause problems. Although you only wear it once, you hope. But you just get schmuck, and then all of a sudden your dress is full of cake. At the end of the night, you ball it up, you throw it in the garbage. You don't want a fancy dress either? Really? That's kind of surprising. The reason I say that is because it is a big event, right? And most of the time you associate special clothing with big event. And so therefore it's kind of designed to be that, right? Like it's like This is something really special we're doing, so everybody put on your best clothes and come. Same thing with a funeral, right? We're celebrating a life, we're remembering a person, we're, you know, and the way that we as a culture respect that is that we show up in whatever our, you know, at least not our worst clothes, right? Not like you have to show up in a suit, but like that's kind of the idea. You'd show up at least looking okay. Whereas a normal church service, it's actually interesting, the fight that people have had over whether or not you should wear a suit to church. It used to be a no-brainer. Yeah, you have to wear a suit to church, you know? And then there was a reaction to that where like people were wearing not a suit, but like actively dressing down for church. And then the pastors started dressing down, and then all of a sudden you had this divide of the worship wars where you had, well, you have to dress up for church or you disrespect God, or the other one is you have to, you know, dress down for church, otherwise you're just disrespecting the community and the gospel. Like it's like both, right? I want to be extra pretty, but not a traditional gown. I figured that out when it gets closer. Right? Yeah, let's do this in order. Hello, King Lofty. Welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. Hope you're well. My wife told me she did a gospel deathbed share with her great grandma, and she did accept the day before she died. She said that she had been thinking about it all month. She had stage 4 cancer, and Kayla was the only one to talk to. Oh, wow. Well, that was courageous of her. Wow. Because that's, I mean, you can either assume or you're afraid. A lot of people won't share, you know, sort of that thing, whether it be the gospel or something else in their heart, because they, you know, they're afraid to impose, or they don't want to like make the person feel bad, or, you know, whatever. And because they're already feeling pretty crappy as it is. But if the gospel's true and God is real and all the rest of that, and that person doesn't know God and they're on the edge of death, like literally, you should fit it in at some point to a conversation, find out where they're at. But that's great. Her atheist sister was also sitting right there and heard it all. We'll see what happens. Death is a great cleanser of the emotional, spiritual palate, in that you have to reconcile with the end of your life, regardless whether you like it or not. Which is why they take a lot of the old people and they shove them into a home, and they take the sick people and they shove them into a hospital, and take the mentally handicapped people and they shove those over there, and they take anybody who looks not great and they shove them over there, and they take anybody who looks old, you know, like see Hollywood and women in Hollywood, and they either, you know, patch them together with plastics to make sure that they don't look old ever, or they just remove them from society and they disappear. We hate, as a North American society, we hate even thinking about death, and so they avoid it altogether. But we need to contest. We need to think about the end of our life and what that means. It's part of life, should be. And like we talked about at the beginning, sometimes that comes in waves, right? And right now Girk's in this wave of people that are just kind of passing away, and the kids are having to deal with it. Your kids are little, right? So obviously they're not going to be able to process it fully, but yeah, it's an important part. I think we might be, like, Western society might be the only group that actually actively, purposefully doesn't do a funeral. Like, I can't think of anywhere else in the world that doesn't have some kind of ritualistic thing that they do for death. And I was a pastor, and I had been a pastor for a long time. And when it comes to doing funerals, man, like, they don't do them anymore. Talk to the funeral home director. He's like, we don't even do it anymore. People don't know the songs. People don't want to sing. They don't want to come. They don't want to be in the special room. They want to have a, you know, celebration of life at some party center or whatever with the ashes of their loved one hanging out, and then they disappear, and they're like, nobody's allowed to say anything sad. And it just, you know, and even the funeral director's like, and it's super unhealthy. You shouldn't do that. It's bad for you. But yeah, you can't convince people to have a funeral these days. Everywhere else in the world, it seems that they have some kind of grieving process or mourning process or some kind of like special event or ceremony or something for death. We as a Western society actively avoid it. We get rid of it. We don't want to talk about it, which is bad for us. Well, thanks for coming by, King Lofty. I hope you're well. Today we're going to be jumping into a talk about content creation, as per usual. But I don't want to fast forward with that. So if you guys have anything you want to say, I think it's awesome that Girk and his wife are working through that so strongly and courageously. That's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. Okay, let me switch over to this. Boop. And we'll turn on PoE streams. TikTok has triple average concurrence than YouTube. Well, you have a huge following there. Few viral videos there will put you over the edge, right? Which is great. Yeah, I lost my ability to chat to stream on TikTok. I was streaming on TikTok for like a month, and then all of a sudden they just took it away. I don't have it anymore. It's crazy. I'm actually going to try to center it using my code here. How does that work? Yeah, no. Boop. There. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And then if I put this here. Whoop, let go. Stupid Windows. Yeah, that'll do. That works. Okay, cool. Whoa, that's too big. All right, we'll try that one. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I wish I could do that, but I've reapplied and they haven't said yes yet. No, that being said, I haven't posted to TikTok in quite a while. You got to be active on the platform. I can understand why they would give me the boot. I'll be at my PC most of the day. Going to do things at the dentist appointment pushed out. Okay, rock and roll, man. I'm glad you had a good dentist appointment. Glad you got good news. And yeah, get some stuff done. Rock and roll. We'll continue to go here, and then afterwards, we're going to jump back into Destiny 2. I think I got through the tutorial. I don't know. Because I've been tutorialing now for like 3 hours. it's a lot. Every time I turn around, somebody else is like, now let me tell you about this. And then they take me on a little tour of something. And so, like, I've got stuff in my inventory that I've picked up. Emblems, I think they're called, or whatever. Like, I've got things that I picked up that literally aren't showing up in my inventory because I assume I need to meet somebody in the somewhere to turn them on. So, we'll see. Destiny 2 again with you. I got lost in PoE. I got lost. Did you really? That's funny. Okay, let me just take a quick pray real quick, and then I'll jump into what we're doing. God, thanks for the day. Thanks for all the content creators who want to come and hang out and chat about their content. Thank you for everybody who's trying to serve communities and create healthy communities online to combat all the negativity or toxicity. Thank you for everybody who's modding them, or everybody who attends them, all the people who need a community. I pray that you'd bless us with the ability to serve more content creators, bring them love, help them to see how valuable they are, to train them up well, to release them to serve their people, the ones that you brought before them. Pray that this conversation would be profitable. Amen. Okay, so the talk start. Boop. The talk today is going to be very simple, and the point is going to be very easily made, and that's why I titled it, the most important thing about Christian content creation. And I specifically say Christian content creation because this is unique to it. One of the reasons that Taco exists is because there was no Christian training for content creators. There was lots of how to grow, right? As in a bunch of secular advice about how to do that. There's a lot of tech stuff and how to fix your computer and do OBS and, hook up whatever. So that's out there. And there's a lot of other like technical algorithm and metrics and all the rest of those, how to use tags and words and keywords and thumbnails. And so all of that, yeah, that's all available. But what there wasn't was, what does that look like for somebody who's a Christian? What if somebody is a content creator, but instead of just trying to quote unquote grow or go viral or to become a full-time creator, what if their mission is a little deeper and really comes to they believe that God has called them into a unique situation, that they have a unique voice, that they have some kind of talent or gift or ability, and that they want to use all that to be able to serve a certain group, right? They sort of like someone who's planting a church. They go and they look for Like, well, there's inner city and there isn't one there, and there are people who need food, or there are people who need help, or there are people who need counseling, and so we're going to drop off there. Or some, far-flung country that doesn't have a representative of Jesus there helping, get water and, feed, and then be able to take care of people in that area that don't know the gospel, and like they need us, and so therefore we're going to go figure out their culture and figure out how to be there. God puts it on someone's heart, and they're like, wow, suddenly I just really love people from the Ukraine, or I really love people from Rwanda. Like, off I go, and then they go. In the same way, there are a lot of Christians out there who, because of their gaming past, or because of their nerdy interest, or because of their, whatever that they're interested in, they meet a group of people and they fall in love with a group of people that are, they need Jesus, they need help, they need prayer, they need advice, they have mental health issues, social anxiety, they got all kinds of stuff going on, and so they want to serve that person. But those people don't exist in downtown, and they're not in the suburbs, and they're not over in Rwanda, Africa, or Europe, or whatever. They're on the computer, they're in their Call of Duty game, or they're people that they play D&D with, or the people that they do board games with, or they go online and they meet in Discord, or a million other places, and it's where they're in VC, and that's who they care about. And when a Christian does that, it's hard for them to process what that means as a creator, because they'll go and be like, okay, I feel like I need to reach people, and I want to do it as a creator. They'll go and watch a video on content creation, and that video will say, copy other people's content, like, it doesn't matter if you like it, just do what's popular. Pick your, here's the top 5 things you should be doing and saying and streaming, and you have to do content here, and you have to do content here, and this is, it'll give you all sorts of advice on how to gather people, right? How to gather people, not how to serve a group of people, not how to know who you're supposed to be serving, not what message you're supposed to be giving, or how you connect your heart, your desire with your talent and gift to your content, to the people that you're trying to bring together, and where they're going, like where you want to actually bring them. That's what Christian content creators do. We go, okay, well, I believe that, I have something unique to say, as in I was depressed, and that's part of my story, and I want to help people that are like that, or I was, divorced family, and I want to be able to help people like that, or I went through cancer, or I have, autism, or, pick a million things. And because that's part of my story, I want to be able to love people that are kind of like me, but that are interested in what I'm interested in. They're not going to come to church. They're not going to come to a movie. They don't want to talk in a community group. They don't go to their counselor. They'll come to me though, and because we talk all the time about that favorite issue, favorite thing, like, well, not favorite, that's not the right word, with our sort of our common thing, and we do it gathered around an interest, and that interest is gaming or streaming or whatever. And so how do I connect my desire to love and serve those people with that content, and then bring them all together? Because they don't want just people, they want the right people. That's where that's how Christian content creation is different. That's where Taco came from. We looked at that, we was like, there's a massive gap in helping people understand who God called them to be, what their content creation is for, how they can use it missionally, how they can listen to God, and then how they can actually use that content to not only build a community, but to serve them properly as well. And so we did. We created a organization, we created a network, created a training materials, all that kind of stuff for that reason. The baseline of all that gets some of the content creators confused. Those content creators will and if you can tell me that I know I'm right, but affirm me in this, is that you start doing content creation and you have this pull inside of you where you're like, I want it to work, I want it to grow, I want it to go big, I want it to have big numbers, I want my people to affirm what I do, I want to see comments, and I want to see positive stuff from what I create. I want to know it's being effective. And then on the other side, you have this sort of this fight with, Matthew chapter 6, where you're like, I don't want to be, it's not about me. It's about God. It's not about me growing. It's about me serving. It's like, I don't want them to send me a bunch of money because I want to try to serve them. But at the same time, if I'm not growing and if it's not going and they don't know who I am and I'm not doing the advertising thing and I don't get any money from them, I can't keep doing it. And so therefore it's this constant tug and pull between what it means to be a content creator and what it means to be a Christian. And sometimes those are really in, you know, is it bad that I don't think about it? I think it is. Probably it's either means you resolved it in your heart and you're in a good place because you figured it out and it's like, this is just the way I work. Or it could just be that you don't want to think about it because you're worried that that the answer that the Bible, God, or otherwise would give would cause you to have to change your opinion. And so therefore I just don't want to think about that. So it depends on where you're at. Have you thought it through and you've settled it and you're calling it done? Or is it that if you bring up the idea of all those questions and it's going to change how you do things, I don't want to think about that. Could go either way. But so in order to resolve that tension, you know, where does that tension lie? It lies in the fact that within motivation and within who are you focusing on? Who are you pointing to? What's the reason for it? And if your motives are right and you're making money off of it, you're good. If your motives are wrong and you're making money off of it, that's no good. If your motives are wrong and you're not making any money, right? And you use that as some sort of false humility, or you get mad at we've seen that clip, right? Everybody's seen the clip of that one streamer yelling at her stream because they weren't giving her enough money. And they're like, you're using me for free entertainment and $5 a month, and just kind of losing her mind because for her, her community was meant to give her money. That's what that was for. And so how do you resolve that? Well, the answer is within your motivation, why you're doing what you're doing, who you're doing it for, and from where you get your strength and reason for doing it. That's where it comes down to. So naturally think about these things unless it's brought up. Well, hey, here's a good chance then. Here's a good chance to do that. Which is why when we come around to it, and this is a verse you've all heard a million times, but I want you to think about it from your content creation perspective as a creator, as someone who is trying to serve a community, but also grow to maybe become full-time, to try to make a little coin off of it so you can pay for some more hardware or for sponsorships, or you want to be able to build your Discord, or you want to be able to change hearts and minds, or educate people, or share your art, or just encourage a bunch of folks through whatever your thing is, whatever your reason is. Think about it. Think about these verses through that. That's all I want you to do today. So John 15:4-5. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit by itself unless it abides in the vine, neither can you unless you abide in me. I'm the vine, you're the branches. Whoever abides in me and I in him, he it is that bears much fruit, for apart from me you can do nothing. You've all heard this a million times. And you all know the rest of the illustration where you have a vine, and in that scenario, and like in the story, you have two kinds of branches, right? One is going off and is kind of growing, but it doesn't bear any fruit. And there's one that grows and it bears fruit, right? Oh, I guess there's a third that is disconnected from the vine and is sitting over here somewhere, wondering why it's not bearing fruit and wondering what's going on and why, what the deal is. And so therefore the question is, which are you? And that's, it's easy to ask the question or answer it, well, of course I know Jesus. But the word abide is important there. Abide means to stay with, to hang out with, to live in, to be around, to spend your time there, to get your energy, get your motivation, get your focus, get your comfort, get your relationship, your key sort of life things from it. That's you abide. You're there. It's your residence, right? Where you live. Live in that, and Jesus living in you. So ask that first question is, do you have that kind of relationship with Jesus? Right? Is it that he is a good luck charm that you use to try to get views? Is he a disciplinarian that you have to obey, and if you don't listen, then he punishes you through bad things? Is he a distant God that just kind of wound up the universe and walked away, and you're just like, I don't know what he wants or what he's supposed to do, and I'm just kind of moving forward with what I think is okay, and I don't really talk to him because he doesn't really talk to me? Or is he a friend, a father, a brother, a Lord? Is he a huge part of your life, and therefore content creation? Because, and we'll get into the next one. So where is it? If you abide in me and my words abide in you, ask whatever you wish and it'll be done for you. The misinterpretation of this is that if you just ask for anything and you call yourself a Christian and you use in Jesus' name, amen, then God has to do it for you. It's like a conjuration, sort of like a wizard or a warlock or a witch saying the right words and doing the right incantation so that God has to do things, or, you know, that manifests your blessing or some stupid junk. That's not what that means. This directly comes, if you abide in me, right? Same thing, abide in me. If you exist with me and love me and I love you and we're together and you care about what I care about and you are learning from me and, you know, we really spend time together and you know you get my heart. Yeah, bring it on, Charles. I'll answer whatever you want. Then you will understand my heart. You'll understand my priorities. You'll understand how the world works. You'll have a better worldview. And so you'll be like, okay, what I want isn't, you know, fame, fortune, you know, whatever, kill my enemies. It is, I want what God wants. I want what is best. So what's best in this situation, God? You know, and maybe that is, you need to be patient. Maybe you need, that person doesn't need to be rescued. Maybe they need to spend some time kind of not feeling very good so they can come back around. Maybe you don't need them, need a bunch of money. You need to learn contentment, right? It's very different, very different. But that all comes from the abiding. It all comes from the abiding. And so you as a content creator, right? When you think of your content creation, does it abide in Jesus? Now, that does not mean that everything that you do is Christianese, right? You start every stream in prayer and you end every stream in prayer and you have a Bible study on stream, and like your podcast is about the Bible and everything, right? One sec, Charles. Let me just finish this thought and I'll come back around. Right? That doesn't mean that everything you do is Christian. The question is, it's more like the inhabitation, like the house that you work in. Is it a house, and is it a life, and is it a situation dedicated to, you know, being connected to Jesus? You can do that and exclusively play Fortnite. You can do that and have an anime rating podcast. You can do that and make jokes on TikTok. You can do that, but is it all sort of run through the lens of your relationship with Jesus, his connection to you, his priorities, right? You can have good priorities and connection to God and play Call of Duty only, right? The question is that where you're at, right? Which is why it comes down to, if you're not abiding, if you're not like that, you're basically like a chopped off vine. You are sitting over here and you're not actually connected. That's the deal. That's why you're not bearing fruit. And if you want to connect one more thing, and one more sec, Charles, connect one more thing. Jesus says in another part, he says, you'll know a false prophet from a good prophet, or a false believer from a good believer, or a wolf from a sheep by what they do, what they produce, the fruit, right? So if you look over at a branch and it is disconnected, but it's bearing weird fruit, you're like, well, that's a fruitful branch. But you kind of go, what is it bearing? Well, it's not bearing things that point to God. It doesn't bear, it's not love, you know, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. Those things don't exist there. It's more self-focused, more anger, more, you know, like lack of compassion, things like that. That's the fruit it's bearing. You can kind of go, well, that's what you're going to end up creating, which is why it's so dangerous that if you as a Christian content creator are creating according to the secular worldview and all the things that the secular tells you, you're going to end up bearing bad fruit, because none of that advice tells you to abide in Jesus. Okay? Abide in Jesus. That's what that is. You want to bear fruit? You want to see God use your content? You want to see what he can do through you? The recipe for that is to abide, is to be with, is to spend time with, is to live in the scent of, live through the view of Jesus. That's what that means. Okay, so the question is, are you still here, Charles? Is being Norse pagan a sin? Right? So let me just clarify a couple things. Okay, so being Norse, right? So that's one thing, Norse, as in that's like a cultural group, right? That's a culture group. Like that's like saying is being from Denmark or being from Sweden, you know, right? Like is being from Greenland a sin? And the answer is no, obviously not. The being of a certain race or a certain group or a certain color or a certain, whatever. No, that's just your family tree, right? I appreciate it, Shadow. Have a good one, man. God bless, and I hope your wife is getting some good news today. Yeah, exactly. And so the answer is no. If you are totally fine. It's not a sin to be from Denmark. It's not a sin to have, Viking blood. It's not a sin to have any of that kind of stuff. But your next question was the word pagan, right? So the word pagan. And if what you mean is that you worship and use and participate in the religion of a non-Christian, non-God, the one true God religion, then yeah, that's a sin. That's a problem, because you are actively worshiping, actively participating in ungodly things. The paganness of it means it is separate from God, right? It's different. It's a different God. It's a different worship service. It's a different priority, different everything. In the Christian worldview, according to the Bible, there's one God, and that's it. And everything else that's not him is demonic, right? Every other thing that's asking for worship, that's asking for you to depend on him, that's asking you to abide in them, to be with them, to get strength from them, to get comfort from them, everything else is demonic. It's all trying to lead you astray and into somewhere you shouldn't be, and is eventually going to cause you to be miserable or to go to hell. That's the whole point, right? So if your question is is being Norse a sin? No. Is being pagan a sin? Yes. I watch a guy on Instagram, and he's a Norse mystic and shadow worker. So the mysticism, and I don't know what a shadow worker is, but mysticism that doesn't point, that isn't Christian mysticism, which is a thing, that's a real thing, is ultimately pointing to the enemy, to bad things, to demons, to things that are trying to hurt you, take from you, or things that are trying to turn you into God. That the usually what it is, or a lot of times what it is either trying to scare you into, being afraid all the time, or it's trying to say that you're God, and so therefore you can control the universe like you're a god and do what you want, and you have power, and you don't need anybody other than you, which both of those are Satan's ploy to keep you from being connected to salvation through Jesus. Saying it's a sin and you're a sinner are very different. Everyone, no matter what group you are, would be a sinner. Yeah. And that's a good point, Girk. Right? So if just because you're Norse and pagan, right, doesn't mean you are any less sinful than someone who is an unsaved person in the West who's sitting in a church but doesn't know Jesus, right? They're just as unsaved. They're just as religious. They're just as going through the motions. They're just as trying to use magic formulas to get something nice out of life. They're just as trying to ignore and become their own power as anybody else. They just happen to be doing it while sitting in an evangelical church. They're just as sinful, just as lost, just as demonic. In fact, you could argue that they're actually further from God because they're sitting among the family, right? Or for that matter, yeah, or anybody, unsaved anybody. Yeah. You aren't a sinner because you're Norse pagan. You are a sinner because you rejected God and put your own will over God's, like everybody else has. And you express that, the way you express that is through pagan beliefs, as in non-godly beliefs that are based on lies. Yes, that's what that means. Yeah. Just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I don't sin. There's also that, yeah. There's also that, yeah. Being a Christian doesn't mean you automatically don't sin either. Yeah. In my opinion, I've said this many times, and that is the difference between someone who is a Christian and who is a non-Christian is the way that they see sin, right? That's, to me, the biggest one. Is a Christian looks at sin in their life, in the world, in everything, and hates it, despises it. They hate it in themselves. They hate it when they do it. They hate it that they keep doing it. They hate that it separates them from God. They hate that it put Jesus on the cross. They hate that it destroys their world. They hate that it wrecks their family. They hate that it sends people to hell. They hate sin. They just hate sin. And the other side non-Christians make excuses for it. It's not my fault. It's someone else that makes me do it. It's my parents' fault. It's the environment. It's the way that I was raised. It's the government. It's my finances. It's the economy. It's the other person. Is like they make excuses for sin. They don't actually hate it. They just don't like that it causes problems, and but they also don't believe that they participate in it very much. If they wouldn't, they'd be fine if everything else was different. Charles says, I'm really into Norse mythology, old Norse mythology, mostly because I'm a big history nerd. Just to put that out there. Dude, yeah, and there's nothing wrong with being super fascinated with old Norse mythology. Dude, yeah. There's a lot of people in the world that freaking love history and you know, Greek myths and all the rest. There's nothing wrong with that. The issue is the worship part. And the question is your relationship with God, your relationship with Jesus. That's what matters. You can have a good relationship with Jesus and still really like talking about, you know, Vikings. Yeah. Girk says, a Christian, though, is no longer a sinner. Someone that is a slave to sin, that has their own will in front of God's. They can't change it. Once saved, you're no longer a sinner, but a slave to righteousness. You still sin. That's because the consequence of being a previous sinner, but you have a new master and you can't just get rid of him and change your identity, at least in my opinion. Big difference between sin and sins. Our will versus God's versus manifestations of it. Well, it's the fight between your old self and your new self, your flesh and your spirit, the person you're becoming and the person that you were. Yeah. Actively worships Thor. Okay. I mean, I think that's silly, but there are a lot of places in the world that take it very, 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 very seriously. And it's not silly to them. It's very real to them. Doesn't mean it's not a lie. Doesn't mean it's not wrong. It just means that they take it seriously. Vikings were one of the people who never got defeated or conquered. They lost to missions work. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, they like to chew up and spit out the monks as opposed to listen to them. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Did that answer your question? I'm gonna sit down. I hope that did. Oh, there's something I can disagree with, Pops. Being human equals sinful nature. Are you not human when you get to go to heaven? Are you not human after the resurrection and after the new heavens and the new earth? Are you still not human? Huh? There you go. How's that for being sticky? Everything's really low. Why is everything low? I think my camera is still mucky. There. Oop, too far. Nope, that way. There. Ah. That did it. Now don't move. Indeed? Okay. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have, Charles, about, life, God, the universe, future, past, all that stuff. It's one of the things I do here. So if you have any questions about Christianity or life or religion or whatever, by all means, bring it on. Resurrect me if I'm not human after I get back from the foot doctor. Okay. Please do come back, and please, I hope that you're still human. Yeah, you have a new body, new nature, but are you not still human? You are still human. Actually, I have a vivid dream about seeing Jesus Christ walking with me, but you can't see his face yet. Well, that's interesting to me. If you want to see him and you want to get to know him, I can help. Jesus is still human. There you go. Exactly. All right, let me just kind of keep going in the Devo. Well, we keep moving. So abide. We talked about that. This is kind of actually going towards what we're talking about when Charles was talking about what Girk was talking about, and that's for while we were still weak at the right time, Christ died for the ungodly. That's the gospel in a nutshell, right? We weren't able to save ourselves. We were still in sin. There was no way that we could make ourselves right with God. So God came in the form of Jesus Christ and therefore died in our place, right? He became the final sacrifice, the greatest sacrifice. He became the top sacrifice of the entire system, right? So the entire Old Testament system, which was based on, shedding the blood of the lambs and bloods and goats and all that stuff, that was all sort of a symbol of what he is, what was going to be coming. And Jesus was the final sacrifice of that system, covered everything, covered everybody. And he died for us. Now, why is that in here when we're talking about Christian content creation and whatnot, right? It's because it's a reminder that in our abiding, we're weak, right? We don't do it correctly. And that's why I don't want this to be a guilt thing. I don't want you to be like, well, I don't do it correctly, therefore I shouldn't be a Christian content creator. I'm not perfect, therefore I should give up, or I should just, I'm going to play Call of Duty, I'm going to play Fortnite, I'm going to play, do my podcast, I'm going to talk about anime, I'm going to do whatever. I'm just going to not call myself Christian, right? Because I can't possibly qualify for that. I just want to make sure that that is not what this is. It is everybody fails, everybody falls, everybody gets to a place where they're trying really hard and it's not working out for them, right? Everybody has that. There's always something in our life that we wish was better, and we're still weak, but we're saved. That's the difference. We're saved, right? We're saved. Actually, just to go with Pops, you're wrong. Go look it up. No. It's, you're wrong theologically. He go look up Jesus post resurrection and what form he is in now and what he looks like and what he's like. Yeah. Oh, there's lots. If anybody wants to look it up, by all means, look it up. Feel free to hit Pops with some verses if he wants them. But this is just a reminder, right? That we're still weak. We all struggle, but we are saved. What makes us different is that we're saved. Jesus died for us. For I know nothing good dwells in me, that is my flesh, for I have the desire to do what is right, but not the ability to carry it out. We were just talking about this. This is really the core. Yes, when we create content, we're just like, man, I want to make stuff for Jesus. It's really hard. I want to make stuff that serves people and loves people. But my flesh gets in the way. I have a hard time processing, should I be wealthy? Do I want to be full-time? I want people to see what I'm doing. I want accolades. I want them to validate me and all that stuff with, I want to be of service and I want to be humble and I want to make sure that it's not about me. I struggle with that. And everybody does. Paul does. This is Paul, right? He fights all the time with this stuff. His flesh is always in the way. Always in the way. And he wants to do right. And that's the difference. That's why I was saying the core difference between a Christian and a non-Christian is the desire to do what is right, as in the hating of sin and wanting to be better, and the non-believer who doesn't hate sin and doesn't want to quote unquote do what is right. They want excuses for why they do wrong, right? He who did not spare his own son, but also gave him up for us all, how will he not also with him graciously give us all things? So that on the back of the idea of salvation and the sacrifice of Jesus for our salvation, when it comes to the abiding, and going right back up to the top here, right? The bearing of fruit and the asking whatever you wish thing, that comes down to, well, if Jesus died on the cross and God gave him for us, then he's not going to hold things back. You know what I mean? Not going to hold things back. And, yeah, let's just kind of pull it out there. I'll come back into chat for a minute, but I just wanted to make sure that you recognize that as a Christian content creator, that if you want to serve and you're nervous about serving and you're not sure if you have it in you, et cetera, just realize that your motives matter, your priorities matter, All those things really matter. And yeah, we all get it wrong, and we all fight my creator side versus my Christian side, my desire for validation versus my desire for wanting God to be first and to grow. But what does that mean? We all fight that. It all comes down to asking the question, where are you spending time with Jesus? Are you seeking to find his priorities? Are you trying to work within his way of doing things, which is usually in community, in humility, in service, right? That's a big one. If you don't see your content as an act of service to other people, chances are your heart's probably not in the right place, right? Because they're really, and this is just me going a little bit off here, but like there's two ways to to create content, right? One is I create so I can amass an audience, so I can get things from the audience, right? And the other one is I create so that I can amass an audience, so that I can serve that audience, right? I want to serve more people. And that motivation matters. I think that's going to be the question. Why do you do that? For whom are you doing that? And what is the result that you want? Are you serving them? And that's going to answer the question of how much really, whether you're abiding. Okay, let me jump back into the chat, because we got some stuff going on there, and I want to make sure that I address that. Is it bad that I think about the things like I just do what I do? I don't worry about all these things at all. It depends on what these things are. What do you think these things are? I don't care what Jesus thinks. Is that what that means? I don't care what my motivations are. I don't care what my results are, who I'm serving, and why I do it. Because if that's what you mean, yeah, that's bad. You think Jesus will show his face in the second coming? Yeah, I do. Absolutely. There will be no question it's Jesus. Every knee will bow, every tongue will confess. Look, it's Jesus. Half will go, yay, and part will go, uh-oh. No, can't go there. Need a passage of scripture to clearly support that. Oh, for the love of Mike. Okay. Hold on. See if I can pull some out. Well, okay, hold on. See what we got. There too. Yeah, the fact that Jesus has scars, right? For one, when Jesus is post-resurrection and he's looking at people, he's like, "Hi, I'm back." He still has scars. Which is a purposeful thing. Like, it's not like we're going to go there and we're going to have all of our scars. That was a purposeful thing that Jesus did, so he can, have, they can see what it was. It was his post-resurrection body. So that's one. The other sort of theological side of it, when you talk about sort of where he's at, is that he had scars when he was on earth and he had scars when he was post-resurrection. Right, exactly. So he's not a spirit, right? We know he's not a spirit right now. He's not the Holy Spirit. He's Jesus. He's not God, right? He actually is in the way that I'm trying to find their verses in Revelation. Give me a second. Scars proved the body he died in. Yeah, the body he died in was alive again, that he was resurrected. Exactly. Right. But it was also some kind of yeah, okay, but hold on. See, now you've changed things, Pops. You went new body, no scars. You're saying he has a body. If he went to heaven and he has a new glorified body, then he has a body, which was your whole original contention, is that he doesn't, but he does. That's the whole point. But are we good now? Which of the 6 seals are in? Oh, I have no idea. I do not fight that fight. You guys go ahead and fight that one out somewhere else. Let's see what we got. Yes, Jesus was always fully God and fully man. That's he is the hypostatic union. He's both. Yeah. Well, both and the same and one. Yeah, it's a little confusing. Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find the right. I'm trying to look for verses that are beyond the post-resurrection, vision of Jesus when he was talking to his apostles. But I'm having a hard time finding it. Been a while, man. I haven't thought about that for a while. Yeah, let me see if I can find that. John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word. So, like, if you want to go Old Testament, right? There's stuff in the Old Testament called Christophanies, right? Where there are a lot of people who believe that when you see someone come in flesh and is worshipped in the Old Testament, like for example, it came to Joshua, right? When there's a man who came and talked to Joshua, and then Joshua worshipped that man, and it was okay. That was supposed to be like one of the theological understandings of that is that was a Christophany, a Jesus before Bethlehem, talking to him. That's one theological thing. I'm trying to find some scripture though. Okay, let's so I'm just gonna run through. I've not prepared this. I'm gonna run through. So Acts 7:55-56 is when Stephen had a vision of Jesus at the right hand of God. Jesus, full of the Holy Spirit, looked up in heaven, saw the glory of God, and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Look, I see heaven open up. See the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. So when the vision that he saw, when he looked up, he saw a man standing next to a throne. Right? I don't know what God looked like, but he knew that was the glory of God. As in probably, like light. And then he saw Jesus standing there, as in he was able to see a man. That's one, for what it's worth. Hebrews 9:24, for Christ did not enter a sanctuary made with human hands. That was only a copy of the true one. He entered heaven itself, and now to appear for us in God's presence. The heavenly sanctuary mentioned here is true tabernacle, where Jesus now appears before God on our behalf. The implication, and again, it's implication, not, and Jesus was, but the implication is that he's in his human form, that people can see. Jesus' sacrifice on ongoing role. Let me see. Jesus is sitting at the right hand of God, waiting for his enemies to be made his footstool. Dear friends, now that we are children of God, in 1 John 3:2, and what we will be has not yet been made known, but we know that when Christ appears, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. Right? Yeah, well, that's true, Pops. You're right. It could just be that he's describing. But again, you have a choice, right? Revelation 5:6. Then I saw the Lamb looking as if it had been slain, standing at the center of the throne, encircled by the 4 living creatures and the elders. The Lamb had 7 horns and 7 eyes, which are the 7 spirits of God sent out to all the earth. So that doesn't really work, right? I don't know why people would use that, but it's definitely a. Yeah, but I wouldn't use Revelation so much, right? So I guess so. Is it an absolute, you absolutely have to believe that Jesus has flesh, right? In order to be a Christian, you have to believe that he rose again. You have to believe that he is seated at the right hand of God after an ascension. You have to believe that he is the judge of humanity, that he's coming back again. His current, present, exact state, that's a little bit confusing. I think that if Jesus was physically resurrected, as you know he was, and he was seen physically resurrected, and that you see Jesus ascend, when he's ascended, he's ascending human, right? Right, but you see him ascend, he's ascending with flesh, and they knew who he was, they looked and watched him go, right? And then when the post things, you see him in heaven, you see him standing at the right hand of God, you see him, as one who was, that sacrificed, you see him there, and people, you see a physical body. So they don't see God, they don't see the Holy Spirit, right? They see Jesus, though, in these things. And so therefore, R.C. Sproul, for example, would say that the incarnation is permanent. That's sort of how the theology goes. He's exalted, but he's fully human, seated at the right hand of God. He continues as a role of mediator, as high priest. And one of the choices that he made when he came as human was to choose to be that hypostatic union, to be the God man. That's who he is. Jesus has been Jesus forever, and Jesus as second part of the Trinity. He is the perfect mediator and continues to be the perfect mediator. What makes him the perfect mediator? Well, you go to Hebrews and you see that he is he's God, but he is also our high priest who has been through everything that humans have been through, but perfectly. So therefore, what qualifies him to be the perfect high priest, the perfect mediator between us and God, is that he is God. He contains everything that is God. He is God, but at the same time, he's also fully human, which makes him the perfect representative for both sides. So the perfect mediator. And so if he were to lose the humanity, and he would only be a spirit, right? Would he continue to be the perfect mediator, right? He didn't contain God, he was God. His human body was still God. He was God. For John says he tabernacled instead he tented. Is God. He is God. Still is God, was God, is God, has always been God. When he was when he was on earth and walking around as God, 100%. God still is. Yeah. But when he tabernacled with us, right? Essentially, he didn't remove anything from himself. What he did is he added humanity, right? That's kind of the way that they phrase it. He added humanity to himself. He didn't subtract any godliness. He added humanity. Which is, yeah, and if Gerg talking about, both past tense, future tense, all that stuff. That's where the Christophany thing comes from. And so when you see someone in the Old Testament, like I think with Abraham too, right? You see the very human things happening, like eating and seeing and talking. That could be a Christophany, as in it's you see Jesus kind of thing. So it's which is why the physical nature outside of time, things like that. That's above my pay grade. I don't really get into that. But I would say that it's a really critical thing to understand, and it's a really critical thing to settle in your heart, right? Yes, obviously it's 100% God. The question is, the flesh, the body, right? And so therefore, that's what I'm saying is that in Christophany, right? But if it's a Christophany in the Old Testament, and he had a body, and he talked to somebody, and he had flesh, and he accepted worship, then that was him, because it wouldn't have been an angel. Then it would have been God, because every angel that is worshipped, it says, nope, don't do that. But sometimes that didn't happen, which is where it was accepted as God. So yeah, we don't need to fight about it too much. Or he could have been human. That's the thing, right? When he wrestled with Jacob, right, and they were wrestling with a body, Well, when he was wrestling, he had a body, right? So like that, it's I think it's an important thing. I think it's a critical point to kind of go, who is Jesus? What is Jesus now? To understand his theological position as or as his position as mediator, and his position as one who understands us, and that he really is God. That's important. And if we want to talk about kind of the middle, kind of go, okay, what is his resurrected, ascended position, right? And you're like, well, I think he appears as a human, but he's resurrected. You go, okay. But if Jesus is the first fruits of many brothers, which is another Bible verse that talks about how when Jesus came, he became the very first sort of the typification of what it's like to be a human, die, go to heaven kind of thing. If he's the first, and we as human beings, when we die, our body goes in the ground, and then our spirit goes to heaven, and then upon at the end times, we're connected back together with a body. If Jesus is the first fruits of all that, and he actually did it before us, then that would be him too, as in he exists the way we would exist, and the way we will exist when it comes to the new heavens, new earth, and that is in an actual fleshly body, right? An actual body. It because he's meant to be the first one to do it, and then we follow him. For me, that's where I settle. And you can kind of see why. You start adding things up. But no, you're right that there's no verse that says, and Jesus has a body, and it's 5 foot 9.5, 168 pounds. No, you don't have that. But I think if you put it all together with the revelation, with the ascension, with what he looked like post after resurrection, what he when people saw him post ascension, he's a body. He's got a body, and if he is the first fruits, and if the number one, he's the one who did it before us, and that's what we're going to be. Because at the end, we know in Revelation that we all are going to have a body on the new heavens and new earth. Then Jesus would have done it first, and therefore that's what he is. And it doesn't take away from his godhood. It doesn't make him less God, right? It just. But will I die on that hill? No. There's it's close. It's a hill right next to the one I'll die on, but it's I won't die on that hill. I'm 5 foot 9.5. Are you 168 pounds? Did I just call Zach out as Jesus? Good golly. What am I doing? Yeah. And it's not worth dividing over. I don't think. I think two Christians who love Jesus, love the Bible, love each other can look at that and kind of go, yeah, we have different opinions. And that's okay. And then still be in a relationship. Some people don't. 160. So close. Go have some more pizza pockets. Get yourself up there to. Yeah. Oh, exactly. By his priesthood, by his mediatorness. Yeah, exactly. Strongly implied. Wouldn't that have been funny, though? That I literally called you out? That'd be funny. Well, that was unexpected. I didn't expect to do a whole bunch of theological. So you gave me a bit of a workout. I haven't had to do that in a while. People don't ask those kind of questions here. I tend to do morality, ethics, and the gospel, as opposed to hardcore theology. No, I'm complaining. That was hard. It was work. All right, let's we can jump into the game. We can jump into whatever you want, but by all means, ask whatever you want. Now's a great time for AMA. We have no topic whatsoever, so feel free to ask literally anything. Jesus having a body is kind of an essential Christian dogma. No, it is. I agree. But is it like core top 10? I'm trying to think through every single, like, is it like the sort of the top? Is it? I might be wrong. I'm gonna just. Yeah. I mean, it could be. I'm just trying to think through. Because usually all the ones that I think of is like when I think of like the creed, or I think of the like the statement of faith or whatever for a church, it's has a bodily ascension and is seated at the right hand of God, right? And so therefore, and which again, I would say that Pops Racer, if he doesn't believe that, would agree with. He is seated at the right hand of God, and he is there. I think the question would come in what form his corporealness is. No, he's not affirming he had a body, and he's not. See, you said had instead of has, right? There's the argument right there. And I know it's just you're typing and whatever, but you can't affirm the resurrection if you didn't had. What you should have said if you agreed with what it would be has, right? Yeah. That's I'm razor thinning right there. You know what I mean? Like I'm this is I agree with you that a bodily ascension, seated at the right hand of God, and that we will have a body, and we will see him as he is. All that is true. I think the only part in the middle with Pops is like right now in heaven, standing next to God in a throne. Is it a real throne with a real body and a real whole 9 yards and the whole thing? Or is it a vision, and therefore we will see that later upon the full meal deal? Or we only saw it up to the ascension, and what's that right now? Like, that's the part where I'm like in the words of Ransom, right? It's strongly strongly what? Get a good word. Strongly implied. That's the word. Strongly implied. So that's what I believe. Will I divide with somebody on exactly what that means? I'm not good at dividing with people. I'm not good at that. You know what I mean? I hope you know what I mean. This is what I agree with, and I agree it's necessary, and I agree all of the biblical Bible stuff says ascended bodily, and is the first fruits and mediator and body. So that's what I believe. Question is, could you make, and this is where I always come down to, could you make some kind of argument that the Bible actually could say that his current form in heaven, in spirit, where we, if we die, are with him, you'll be with me in heaven, kind of thing. You can make an interpretation, the whole soul sleep thing, right? That there's like this little in-between time that things are a little goofy, and then later it's physical. So I wouldn't make that argument. I don't think it's strong. I don't think it's a good argument. I think it's not right. But can I see someone doing that and still loving Jesus and believing, yeah. But again, I'm really bad at dividing with people and getting my underwear in a twist over those kind of things. There's, the opposite of the Christian is the resurrection of the body, not freedom exactly. Resurrection of the body, not freedom from this body. Yep. Stands to reason that Jesus being truly human also means he had the same body he was born in. It does. A resurrected body, a glorified body, and is, like I said, the first one who did it, and that's what he's going to be. He is what we will be. That's what I'm saying. My question comes down, like, could you make some kind of argument? You know what I mean? Because I'm the kind of guy who believes that that infant baptism and believer's baptism are very well represented, both of them in Scripture, and that you can be a good Christian, a good Christian teacher, a good denomination, and believe either way or practice either way, because I think both of them are very well argued for. Some people won't. Some people will be like, no, it's believer's baptism, and anybody who says that different is bad, or it's infant baptism, and anybody who says different than that is bad. And I'm not that guy. I will never be that guy. I grew up in a church that every Sunday night was, here's what we're against. night. And it was fun to, like, creation versus evolution, how to witness to a witness, Mormonism, other cults do like all that stuff. That was Sunday night, just things that we are against and why we're right, which is fun, for apologetics, and people need to know that stuff. And I'm not complaining, but I can say that then when that was a lot. And so I don't like that. I don't want to fight with people, and I don't want to divide with people. I think it's important to have the core down and all that stuff, but I'm just really bad at, wanting to look at another Christian and go, well, we can't be friends and you're not going to heaven. Just hard. Ransom, that's true. Adam wasn't created a sinner, so being a sinner isn't intrinsic to being human. Very good point. And so was Jesus. Yeah. Well, so the accept Jesus part, so Girk and Pops, that comes down to the curse, right? Like Jesus' father, which, the father was the way that the curse came down was like through man and woman, and Adam's curse coming through Adam. We need everybody who was a child of Adam is cursed because of the original sin. That's how that works. Jesus didn't have that. Jesus' father was God. Jesus wasn't born under the curse, right? That's how that works. Paedobat is true, but you're not an unbeliever if you deny it. If you deny that Christ continually as a body, if you do not believe Christ, you're not a Christian. They're not all alike, really. What I'm saying is that's the way that I do this, the way that I talk about this stuff, and the way that I tend to participate in these kind of conversations is inclusive, not exclusive. I think there are some exclusive things, absolutely, for sure, but I do try to look for the other side, right? And this the whole thing we just talked about, the Jesus continually having a body thing. Well, that's exactly what I believe, and that's what I think is true, and that's what I believe Scripture says, and I think it's very well attested to in Scripture. Where I come down is to ask the question: could a person going to heaven who is a Christian believe that Jesus had a body, will have a body, ascended in a body, and is seated at the right hand of God, but that is a sort of vision spiritual thing, and that upon his second coming, everybody will go back to, he'll be just like us. He'll be the first one to get a body, kind of thing. Could you go to heaven and believe that? That's what my question comes down to. Do you believe that person goes to hell? If they believe all that, and they believe that somewhere in the middle here, that Jesus, there's some kind of weird middle thing that is more spiritual, in the same way that we who die will be spirit and then united with our bodies later. Could you believe that and still go to heaven? Or are you willing to say that person is damned and goes to hell? Right? That's what that comes down to. Like, would you say, Jeremiah, that person is damned? They go to hell. And that's what I come down to. I have no idea what that means. Normatively saved? What does that mean? Yeah, but that Jeremiah is arguing that it is. That's my point. Is that, and I won't do that. I won't go that far. I think that if you don't believe Jesus rose from the dead, if you don't believe Jesus ascended, if you don't believe that he's seated at the right hand of God, and if you don't believe that he is coming again, and that coming again will be in a physical body, and you will be able to see him as he is, and that you'll be living with him in a new heavens and a new earth at the end, that he will be physically there. If you don't believe any of that, yeah, sure. That's a different Jesus. You're not talking about the same guy. It's a non-biblical version. It's that little middle ground that I'm talking about. And I'm not willing to say that person goes to hell. because they have a confusion, or because they are working with some kind of trying to figure that part out. Interesting. See, I wouldn't go that far, Jeremiah. I wouldn't go that far. But that's how I grew up, and it was, you know, a lot of what was talked about growing up was basically, here's who's not going to heaven, and just rafts and rafts and rafts. So it's okay, which I get it. We need to know, and good theology is important and all that stuff. But it just, you know, I'm not, when it comes to razor thin stuff like that, I'm not gonna, you know. The normal Christian has thought about and consequently believed that Jesus either still has a body or was human at all times of his existence. Is a very small detail. I agree it's important. I just, like, yeah. And so therefore, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's a salvific issue, and I don't think I would get my, you know, I would never come down to that. Like, somebody gets it all right and kind of goes, yeah, I'm not totally sure about what's exactly happening right now. I know later, and I know then, and I know whatever. And I know in heaven, yeah, but I don't know what's happening right now. I wouldn't be like, well, you're going to hell then. Screw you. Go get out. You're not allowed to be a member. You're not allowed to be participate. You're not allowed to teach. Get out of here. No, I wouldn't do that. Oof. Okay. Yeah. No kidding. Wow. And it's honestly, those kind of things are actually pretty emotional for me, because you got to remember that for most of my ministry as a pastor, it was division. It was division. People mad at each other, people arguing with each other, old people who had been in the church for 45 years who didn't know the gospel but were somehow deacons and elders, people who would have their, you know, get their underwear in a twist and hate each other and never speak to each other and couldn't come to church if that person was there. That was normal, right? That was normal for me when I was a pastor, and it was heartbreaking and heart-wrenching and terrible, right? And I want that. When you put hydrate, did the little thing come up? I'm just gonna check. It did for me. Did it do it for you? Hope it did. You want to stop division? Rogue Energy. Coffee. Dude, a lot of things have been solved over coffee. I'll tell you what. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a snack, and then I'll come back where it's gonna be pepperoni and cheese, because holy dina, I got some weird pepperoni. It feels like you're eating someone's finger. It's really weird. I'll show it to you when I get down here. In the meantime, do me a favor, hit !YouTube if you want to help out, and leave a subscribe over there. It'd be great. Second, ! What? I just made it this morning. Hold on. Fuel a creator. ! Fuel a creator. What I'm doing right now is I'm really hoping to bless a couple of creators out there. After I was done my subathon, I had 2 more gift certificates I never gave away. One for Rogue and one for coffee. And so, one for Rogue and one for Dragon Roast. And so I'm like, I want to give these to somebody. And so instead of me being like, let's just do it random, I want to do something fun. And so click on that. You'll go to the announcements, like the Christian Ninja announcements. There's a thread there. Just no, go ahead. No, this is me. I'm giving it away. It's not a taco giveaway. It is a Christian Ninja giveaway. That's why it's under my channel, right? It's a me thing. So anybody can win. By all means, come in. Tell your story or tell someone else's story, and I'll choose, and then I'll give to whoever I think is best, or whoever gets the most likes or something. I have no qualifications, and that part will be kind of random, but I want to hear some stories. Okay, I'll see you guys soon. I'm gonna leave you guys with some music. Hopefully it's good stuff. Be right back. Won't take long. If it impairs you, that's bad. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm just thinking through the. Yeah. No, you gotta talk about coffee. Coffee's good. You should totally. Coffee's good. Use good stuff for good things. But if it becomes a bad thing because you become dependent on it, or you're turned into a jerk without it, or you're willing to divide with people over it, or it literally changes your way of opinionating, as in like your opinions are based on your coffee consumption. Don't do it. Hey dude, no, what's up, man? Not all things are bad or sins. Yeah, there's a difference between wise and foolish and right and wrong. Those aren't the same things, right? You can do something that's foolish but isn't sinful. If they're considered drugs that changes your life and has withdrawal. Oh, it depends, man. Like alcohol is a great example of that. Alcohol is in the Bible is like God says it's given to us to cheer the heart, right? That's one of the things it says. Don't get drunk, but wine cheers the heart. Therefore, God acknowledges the effect of alcohol, but he also says that's a good thing. That's kind of what it's for. In the same way that if you take, say, a medication that reduces pain because you're in pain, you take a med that God provided, a plant or a chemical that helps the pain go away, it's good. What's bad? If you drink so that you can stop thinking, so that you can't function anymore, so there's no way that you can have a relationship with people, or that you need it in order to get up in the morning, or using it to avoid guilt or shame or something. Like if that's an issue, if you're getting drunk on it, if you're addicted to it. Same thing with pain pills, right? There's pain pills, good. Then there's people who are like addicted to pain pills because of for negative reasons. You can't say that it's bad. It has to do with it, like everything can be used too much. It doesn't make everything bad. You can have too much water. You can have too much sunlight. You can have, that's caffeine and sugar and wine in moderation, making you feel good to perform better. So yeah, why not? I mean, sugar, if you don't have sugar, your body doesn't work. Yeah, exactly. You don't have sugar, your body doesn't work very good. Like you need it, but do you need a lollipop? No. Exactly. If you have too much, same with alcohol, right? Like, so why am I getting wet? Why am I drippings with goo? Sugar is a substance that alters you and has withdrawal symptoms. Yeah, but see, you don't have to have caffeine. I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. Yeah, you don't have to have caffeine. You do have to have sugar. Your body does require glucose of some kind. It's a thing. By logic, taking Adderall before ministry would be ideal because I would literally be more effective at what I'm doing as long as I'm doing it responsibly. Yes, I agree with that. If you're the kind of person that Adderall fixes a problem, because that's a medication you take to be able to do stuff, sure. I'm not fighting about that. Honestly, I'm not going to argue you don't need fruit. You shouldn't have fruit because your body doesn't need fruit. I think that's weird. Like someone eats an apple. You're addicted to sugar because you ate an apple. Like, what? No. Everything is open. All foods are open. You're allowed to have all the stuff. That's a good thing. God is good to us and has given us many good things. We're not to fight over it. We're not to argue about it. Enjoy it. Enjoy each other. Gather around. Some people work out too much. It's actually a problem for them. It's like an addiction. It's bad for them to work out that much. Well, if you're talking about what is minimum for anybody to be allowed to be on Earth, okay. But like, the world, you don't need to live life based only on things that are necessary. It is okay to have more. It's okay to have things that are enjoyable. You're allowed to have some cake. You can go ahead and, spend some time outside in the sun for a while, or like it's like, or take days off work and not work on Saturday and Sunday. That's okay. it's very free. The world is very free. You know, the weak that end up requiring a zillion rules and avoiding everything. That is weak faith and weak will. We're not meant to be that. Poof. I have arrived. I don't know where I'm going. I should probably find out, actually, now that I think about it. Hi, journey. Nope. Probably M. Quests. Main quest. Featured quest. Quest. What's the main quest? Is that a main quest? How about that one? Is that where I'm going? Legit? I don't know where I'm supposed to be. What are you? I hate that I'm stuck right now. That's super dumb. Fails to see the logic and leap from sugar potentially bad for you to cocaine being permissible. Yeah, that is a leap. That is a large leap, and usually by someone who's just trying to stir the pot and be a jerk. Nobody on planet Earth would think that because you can have a teaspoon of sugar in your coffee, you can also snort coke off of a bathroom mirror. Like, that's just people who want to fight, and those people make me mad. I should probably continue to eat my snack and stop talking. No, but really, where am I going? Untrack details. Launch. That worked better. Okay. Nope. I don't want to play that game anymore, Gurk. That's just fighting for fighting's sake, and it makes me very frustrated. That is not something I want to do. That is called being divisive. It's called being contentious. It's called being someone who is working to cause people to get upset. Not because you're looking for light. You're trying to spread problems, not light. Heat. Trying to spread heat, not light. But cocaine is not caffeine. Adderall is not pot. Like, in fact, pot is a whole nother thing. Don't ever have, cannabis or whatever. Like, I think it can be used medicinally. Your doctor say it's okay? Go ahead. You find me a doctor that goes, you should totally snort coke because it would really help. No. Good luck. Yeah, but there's an exaggeration to it. Like, I don't think anybody would equate cocaine and caffeine. Those aren't the same animals. Right? But street meth and Adderall are not the same thing. Any more than opioid. Injecting opioid is the same as having a Tylenol 3. It's not the same. And like when it comes to like what they used to use it for, that same thing with the opioid thing. Like at one point it was like, we should totally give everybody opioids, and then all of a sudden they're like, this was a terrible idea, and so they're pulling it back. They did the same thing with antibiotics. Caffeine is good for you unless it's bad for you. Right? Like, that's the thing, is that it's not exclusively good or exclusively bad. It's a thing. It's to be used. It's like a knife. Right? Like, knives are bad. No, they're not bad. In the hand of a surgeon, they're going to change, you know, make everybody better. You know, it's like, okay, well then, it's not a matter of right and wrong when it comes to things like that. It's a matter of what you're using. Your in-game voices are robotic. That's because I'm a robot. Yeah, and this doesn't allow for much nuance either. Yeah, this environment. And so I apologize for getting hot under the collar. I get so triggered when people are being like horrible to each other. That was loud and scary. Am I supposed to switch out this one? Where's my... That is a sniper rifle. Okay, no, I'm on the right one. This is the Zot rifle, and I like the Zot rifle. It makes me happy. I don't even know why I'm here, to be honest. Respawning restricted. Great! That's super. That's super duper. I'll be on, have shower. Okay, good to see you. Thanks for coming by, Blue Hat. Appreciate you. Search the complex. Am I looking for something? I don't remember. I got all distracted by talking about cocaine and coffee, which sounds like a great blues song.
Steady. I know how those nerves feel. Pack it away. Eyes down the sights.
If a doc prescribes Adderall, then the doc gives it for a certain dosage, deciding to self-medicate is wrong. Yeah, exactly. I mean, and again, you want to get in even more ridiculous. There's some doctors out there who are not good. Like, there's a bunch of doctors out there that will perform. Oops, you're right, Blanco. I apologize. There are a lot of doctors out there who will perform surgeries that you do not need on people for money. Like, not all doctors are good either. Just because a doctor says it doesn't mean it's great. All right. Sorry. My bad. Wait, that's not right. Vent 2. That can't be right. DESCENT? Only has 256 followers. What am I doing wrong there? DESC. Am I spelling it wrong? Decent? What am I doing wrong? Destiny. It's called Destiny. Oh, man. Destiny 2. I don't even know what game I'm playing. Moron. I'm a big dumb moron. That is so silly. Uh-oh. That's fun. I like this gun. But it's not as efficient as I want it to be. Let's try this one. That one I should probably Zot, now that I think about it. I like my Zot gun. It makes people disappear. I guess bad guys, not people. Oh! Dad! Alright, cool, neat, great. No bows and arrows? No, I have a sword though. Hiya! Sword! Let's go sword some guys. Sword! Yeah! Sword! Ninja sword! Whee! Although swording in here might not be the best idea. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Sword! Die! And you die, and you die, and you die, and you die. Whoops, wrong button. This button. Ta-da! Hey, get out of my face. All right. Y'all are getting in my way now. Please die. Sword is fun, but, you know, ultimately, if you bring a sword to a gunfight, you're not going to do great. Put your face out again. Thank you. How do you fare? Are we buzzing? Bop. Yeah, shoot them in the face, and then they die. That's my favorite thing to do. Shooting things in the face, man. It makes me feel good at the game. New Zealand, 6 a.m. How do I'm doing well. Well, actually, you know what? I'm apparently grumpy and hungry. I just yelled at chat for being grumpy and talking. Why would I yell at something called chat for chatting with each other? That's silly and dumb. I don't know what that was. Purple's never good. Try this button. Hey, you're not allowed to move. I'm not supposed to be standing around. It's actually really dumb if you're playing this character and standing around. It's just like, so tempting to just go. Like, you know? Because they just disappear. Very, very satisfying. I keep going up here like it's going to help me. Immune? Why are they immune? I wondered about that. I thought it was silly. Last name, hi. It sounds like you need a nap and a snack like Jonah did. Like Elijah did? Yeah, it's true. No, it's not. It's not that. I just got hot under the collar because of we did a contentious thing and I didn't have a snack and yeah. I cannot blame chat and I cannot blame anybody other than myself. I like it when their heads explode. That's kind of fun, actually. I should be running and I'm not running. Do. Hello. Hello. Where's my Zot gun? I need that one back. There we go. Whoa, I have a sword! And it's totally glowing. I don't know what that's all about. I don't know how my health works either. Woke up and wasn't tired. So time for coffee, speaking of earlier. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Hey, sorry not talking last. I'm not used to playing FPSs in this game. So it's on this stream. So I tend not to look at chat enough because I'm too busy trying not to die, you know? All right. Ow. What happened? Oh, is it really? Oh, hold on. Is it really? Let's see what we can do here. I think of a way of saying it sounds fun like being. Brain's incredible chemical factory. Amazing how God created bodies to interact with the world around us. True enough. How's that? Does that make it better? I didn't realize it shoots a whole bunch. Neat. That's kind of cool. I don't think I like it anymore, though. It's too slow. Now, someone tell me what happens when my gun starts glowing. Why is that? Overheating? Oh, I think it's actually what's that? I want to touch it. Yay! Okay, maybe don't touch it. What's my health? Like, I literally don't know where my health is on the screen. Ow. They dodge real good in this game. Like, I'm really impressed with how these things, like, get out of the way. It's crazy. Well, I do feel like I was moving faster yesterday. Like maybe I put on some, like, heavy boots or something in between. Ugh. That sucks. Am I allowed to kill that thing now? Nope. How do you kill that thing? If it's immune, what am I supposed to do with it? Yeah, what am I can't shoot it. I can't run away from it. White bar at the top center? Okay, thank you. Wonder that I should probably know that. You know what I mean? It's probably a good thing. Your son plays this? That mean it's overheating? I don't know.
They don't seem thrilled about Navota's presence.
They won't appreciate yours either.
How about this thing? Uh-oh. I just jumping in there? Throwing me into the thick of it, eh? That's not the right gun. Crap! Trying to get rid of that. Okay, it's this one. Let's switch it out for that. And then this one, we'll switch it out for a hand cannon. Yeah. There we go. Maybe not. I don't know. Still getting used to all the weapons here, man. The run and gun thing, it definitely wants you to. No question. But I don't know what the objective of this level is. Like, it said, you're good. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't good anymore. Ew, they explode. There's a lot of shooting in this game. Have you noticed? A lot of shooting in this game that I am now surprised about somehow. Am I supposed to press forward? When I pressed forward last time, those big blue things killed me. Ow. Clearly, I'm not doing something right. Stop yelling at me. Yeah, there we go again. Like, you can't shoot it. You have to go, and I can't run away from it. Like, what does it want me to do? Like, where am I going? Yeah, it wants me out there. I have to hit it in the eyeball. Aha. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Everything is dead now, except for that one guy. Or maybe not. I like how they disappear. Lots of stuff to hide behind, so that's nice.
I'm reading dense hive signatures in a facility up ahead.
Oh, goody. More
Devoted is
bad
gathering
guys.
swarm.
We might be walking into a trap.
That's the gig. We carry the light where no one else can.
Can I carry pizza? I quit. I'm unable to watch. There may be a thing nearby that you need to shoot. Thank you. I had to shoot the eyeball. You know what? I'm gonna change weapons again. Because I don't think I have the right ones. That Zot thing was pretty cool, but it did not... Auto rifle? No. Hand cannon, auto rifle, submachine gun. Scout rifle. Okay. And then... I think that one was a good one. And we'll switch it out for a giant cannon. Sure. Yep. Okay. The sword wasn't doing it for me. Apparently, you bring a knife to a gunfight, and it doesn't work. That's fine. They're actually pretty smart. I'm pretty impressed with how the AI works in this game. It kept saying immune, probably because I kept missing. What? What are you pointing at? Oh. Wait, what? What? Go up? You want me to go up? Is that the deal here? That's down. Okay, we'll go down then, I guess. Okay. Hello? Hello? At least there's other players. That's kind of fun. Are you? Oh, gross. I don't like it in here. We'll see what this gun does. And nobody told me this was going to be a creepy game. At no point was anybody like, you know what? You should totally play this game. It's scary.
The rest of Devota's hiding spots. She's got nowhere to run.
A well-crafted snare.
I'm just doing my part. It's in your hands now, Guardian.
Wasn't it before? Thought it was before too. That's okay. I understand. Am I missing a ton of
All right, take her down.
For who? Oh, her. Okay, neat. Stop dodging. That was pretty good. I like that thing. Uh-oh. I need to get the purple. Purple. Thank you. Well, that's just a wizard. I don't care about him. Or do I? Hello. I like this gun. It goes kablooey. There's a guy up there. I gotta shoot him. Okie dokie. Where did she go? Not that I really want to meet her again. Hello. Acolyte. Cool. That's she's very boss. That's a very boss thing move. And I'm all out of heavy ammo. Okay, well, take this. Okay, that didn't work. You got a shield and I can't get through it. That only kind of works. Stay there. Yep, please and thank you. Oh, hi. 1 second. I saw the shadow on that. That was cool. I think one of the things I got to remember is that these missions are supposed to take a little bit of time. You know? Like, I'm not supposed to be just flying through this thing like Duke Nukem. Hello? Oh, hi! Oh, golly! That scared the daylights out of me. Do I know Taco Tuesday is a copyrighted term? By whom? Did they copyright the word taco or the word Tuesday? Because I feel like that is too generic for it to actually be a real thing. Okay, let's try changing this up for a different King Cobra. What does that do? Impact range, impact blast radius. Repulsor force. Impulse push that suppresses enemy abilities. That's probably good. And then scout rifle, and this is the Zot gun, I believe. Yeah, that's. Ooh, that's even better. No any longer, but it was. Taco Bell used it. That doesn't surprise me. Big company like that deciding that they'll appropriate an entire day of the week. Not a surprise. Thank you for your cooperation. Oh, Grody. Man, this is taking a long time. Is it because I'm under-equipped? Should I be able to blow this lady away? Downside of a sniper rifle, man. What's gunpowder gamble? I think I've forgotten what that does. Let's try the letter G. Nope. X. That's not right either. Could be element of the event has elemental shield damage. Yeah, I don't know, man. Because I only have a gun. Crap. This is the wrong gun, man. I don't know how to do the gunpowder gamble. Do I hold it down? Did you die? Did she die? I need all this stuff. She did not, in fact, die. Grr. I think I'm doing something wrong here. But though that knight is one of the first bosses I fought, and they are very like he was hard to beat. I need to figure out the gunpowder gamble thing. I'm sure that's part of it.
This is my boomstick.
Where'd she go? Do I have to kill one more guy? Is that the deal? Oh, no, she is. All right, let's try this. Owie! Owie! I blew myself up. All right, I died. Your light fades away. You're dead. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna quit that one because I feel like I should be somewhere else. This isn't right. Once her yellow shield is gone, regular weapons will do. Yeah, that's what I thought. But, like, I wasn't really hitting her with anything that was actually doing any damage, right? Needing prayers, making a jump to a temp agency due to a bad situation at work. That's like your third bad situation at work, man. That's rough. At least, maybe if you work for a smaller company, it'll work a lot better. All right, you know, Lord, bring good work to Blue Hat. He's a good guy trying to take care of his family. Bless him, Lord. What level am I? I am that. I am that. Does that help? So when I go to map or quests, I mean, I go here. Does it recommend What? Like, does it recommend what you should be? Because it's the next thing. Sorry, I'm looking at the Guardian Rises, and it's like it's step 21 of 21. It's the last step to be able to finish this one, because it's like the main intro story, right? But I feel like it's got some. Maybe it's just I need to do some lower stuff. They're not even gonna let me. That is the only thing I can do. Great. Now, if I go wander around in the main area and just kill things, like just, you know, that the, what do they call it, the Cosmodrome? If I just go to the Cosmodrome and shoot things, will I be able to load up, like get some XP and get better weapons and stuff? Or does that only happen during? Maybe I can like update my my weapons or something. Pretty sure if I right click, and this one here has, I can hit it with some stuff, but I don't know what. No, I don't have any. Tier 1, Tier 2 reload speed? Sure. Cool. That's good. Tier 5 handling? Oh, I gotta use an enhancement card. The boss fight is longer, especially if you're alone. Okay, you can get random drops, but will it like upgrade? Crucible tractor? Nah. What's this? Appended mag. Weapons magazine built for a higher capacity. Increases magazine. Steady round. Magazine optimized for recoil control. Well, that's interesting. Greatly increases stability. Slightly decreases range. Oh, okay. Far out. I kind of like that better. Stable barrel attachment increases stability, or fluted barrel, handling speed and stability. Oh, interesting. Better drops come from special activities, strikes, raid, dungeons. Right, but I can't get into any of that yet because this is like the tutorial level. Which is kind of funny. All right. So I don't think a repulsor is the right thing. It pushes enemies away, suppresses their abilities, and makes them more vulnerable to all incoming damage. That feels like a good thing to have. And it turned that bad guy purple. So that tells me that that's probably a good thing. I can feed it another gun. I can feed it another heavy gun? Interesting. What if I feed it this one? Oh, I need an upgrade module. Of course I do. Do I have any better helmets? 1927. 41. All right, that's pretty good. Guess I'll put that one on. 33. 41. I assume bigger number better. Feeding guns to other guns. Before you do that? Yeah, no kidding, right, Samus? Yeah. So, 33. No, that's a better one. And that's the best boots. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't have any of those. Ninja, got a question. My goal for my book is 10,000 words per chapter. Would that be a little much, or would it make a thick book like Harry Potter book? So, a page, like your average page, holds 250 words. So what's 10,000 divided by 250? So that'd be 4 for 1,000. So 40 pages per chapter. Not completely outlandish, right? Depending on how many chapters you got. Sometimes light level higher is good unless you lose a good perk. I don't know if I had any perks. I'll look. Okay, gunpowder gamble. Defeat targets with solar abilities, solar debuff, solar weapons. Q. Oh, I didn't. All the buttons I pushed, I didn't hit that one. Throw a solar explosive that can be shot in midair to cause an ignition. That sounds hard. So I have to shoot. I shoot it in midair. Well, that's a. Alrighty then. At least 10. Got 3 so far. Okay, well, so 10. That's 40. That's a 400-page book, give or take. That's a pretty big book. It depends on what you're like. It also depends on who you're trying to give it to, right? Like, because if you're trying to give it to people as like an intro thing, they're not going to want to read a 400-page book. If you're trying to do like a scholastic deal, where you need a bunch of language and footnotes and all the rest of that stuff, then yeah, obviously that's going to require more words. Who's your target audience? Buying beer's a gift, a lot cheaper than expected. Still nasty. My body hates it though. Yeah, I'm not a huge beer guy either. I don't mind it. Press V. I've never pushed V in my life. Apparently there's a lot of things I'm not doing. That compares in Harry Potter and the Prince of Azkaban to about 100,000 words. Not short, but not huge either. Okay, there you go. And I don't think I can do much. Like, even if I go around to talk to Battle Pants over here. No, that's not his name. Like, Weapon Guy. He's not going to have anything. Oh, he does have a thing. Okay.
Lost too much when the Red Legion hit us.
Yeah. So I need to okay, I don't know what I'm doing here actually. But if I go here and I get a new ability. Whoops, that was bad. Whoa, I almost saved myself. But then I did not. That was not what I was trying to triple jump across the chasm, and they've disabled my triple jump, so that doesn't work. That is not the right tree. Okay, where's the right tree? I think it's down.
Welcome back. Checking right away.
Sand Wasp 3A2. This is lost and found. It's not my item, though.
Anything for you?
That's just a normal old item. Target's been the young adults. I'm not skipping on horror. I've been playing with the... So that, to me anyway, that's too long. It sounds like what you should do is cut that in half and release it as 2 books. I'm trying to find downstairs. How do I get downstairs?
When was the last time you can remember?
Because if you got a kid, and they'll read Harry Potter, exactly, you know, like it's not that they won't read Harry Potter. It's that the question is, can you hold their attention for long enough, right? You play Destiny together sometime? I played much in the last year. Played for almost 10 years daily. I'd love to play. I need to learn. All right. I think I'm supposed to go down here. Nope. Dagnabbit. All right. We'll just follow whatever these things are here. And we'll see if it's taking me to better weapons. Because that's what I need. 40 pp for a chapter strikes me as long. Even for an adult novel. Yeah, for a novel, that does seem long. Okay, what's your deal?
Out in the world, huh? Let's get started. Still there.
I clicked on it and did a thing. Is that a good idea? Okay.
Take it easy.
Yeah. Did I just upgrade my guns? Oh, no, I got new guns. Oh, wild. Okay, wow. Impact. This is huge impact.
We all appreciate it.
What does that do? And then this was another one I got, maybe? No. King Cobra.
Forgot what I was doing.
I don't know.
Don't stop fighting.
All right, then split it.
We all appreciate it.
Looking for proofreaders. Did a creator shout on Discord. Yeah, join a cohort of authors and see if they, and then read each other's works. That's a great way to grow. Get those blue quests.
Right away, Guardian.
Okay, hold on.
Welcome back. Acknowledged. All done, all done.
Okay. I got an arm. Did it go up? 41. No. Now I got too many weapons. So if I look at my weapons,
709. Room 709.
blue squares are bounties. They have a glimmer, exo, and upgrade modules just for using weapon types.
Gross.
Blue squares? Hold on. I figure out what that is. What? Is that on the map? Like for, or like a quest, you mean?
First trades in goods we feel enhance a guardian's journey.
Banshee. Oh, in here. Oh, her? Or was that the weapons guy? That must be the weapons guy.
Checking right away.
All right. So in here,
I know that. Let's get you back out there.
get the blue. So these bounties here. Okay. Using
Stop fighting.
so if I click
We all
this,
appreciate it. Yep.
all of them.
Done and done.
Okay. Does not make.
Guardian.
I appreciate that. The guy you got the weapons from. Okay. I don't know, man. You might be frustrated watching me.
Done and done.
Okay. I don't know what I just did, but like literally, I don't know what I'm doing. Did I get the bounties? What did he do?
Keep it loaded.
Like what? Like literally, what did he do? Did I increase something? I'm sorry. I have to go back and read. Nope. What did that say?
Out there.
I love seeing new players experience the game, run with the game with the new players. Okay, I'm glad, because like for me anyway, I played a whole bunch of gacha games and I played some other stuff, so it's not completely unheard of, all the crafting and building and millions of menus and stuff. He's finished all the DLC. Has he really? Some of those are crazy big. Okay, calibrated fusion rifle against any target, opposing guardians. Oh, okay. So I did stuff. And it gave me rewards of XP, enhancement core, and gunsmith rank. Okay, so that's what it gave me. So if I go back here, and I go, you know what? I need to go somewhere he's gonna not talk. If I go here, and I have an enhancement core, so if I right click, now I have, right? That pays for Glimmer to do the handling thing. Okay, cool. You buy these bounties, you have to go do those. Where do I find those? Under quests? Oh, there we go. Bounties. Advanced fusion rifle calibration. In a single file, calibrate fusion rifles against any target. Okay. They'll show up in the quests. Okay, they're in the quests, so there it is. So, advanced fusion rifle calibration. In a single life, calibrate fusion rifles against any targets. Does that mean kill 15 things? Is that what that means? With my fusion rifle? Okay, I will... If that's what that means... Yeah, okay, then I will go back to the other thing. I need out of this. Nope. How do I go back? I hate that. Right click. Nope. Garf. Annex the last city. I don't want to go to the annex. I want to go to the previous freaking... I want to go to the globe. That may hit D. Oh, that... Okay, that's what I did. It's not that. It's not a map. It's under destinations. Okay, we'll go to the Cosmodrome. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Go kill 15 things with the fusion rifle. We'll do those instead. Level some stuff up. That makes sense. Okay. I think I got that. That makes sense. Go to the Cosmodrome. Shoot 15 things. Get your little thing. Upgrade your weapon. Upgrade your stuff. Yeah. Go try that mission again. See, that's very looter shooter. Okay, so hold on. I need the plasma rifle. Where's that? Hello? Ow! What is... Okay, you know what? I'm going to go down here and hide in the corner. Although he does warn me. Rocket, sword, shotgun, hand cannon, fusion rifle. Do the other 14. Yeah, I will. Not gonna lie, that's annoying. I don't have a fusion rifle. Is that what I'm doing wrong? Or no, hold on. So you guys are amazingly patient. So, oh, it says fusion rifle. I'm just dumb. I have multiple fusion rifles. Like, for example, I'm holding one now. Let's go kill 15 things. Whoa, that's cool. I haven't used one of these yet. That's supposed to shoot that thing? What the heck? Where have all the bad guys gone and where are all the dogs? That's one. I've never seen half this stuff. These guys are absolutely wrecking. Bad guys keep disappearing. They keep... Okay, well, this is easy. They keep dropping stuff. Am I supposed to be getting the glimmer? Oh, I see. Cool. I get it. I know what I'm doing now. Stop moving. You're hard to catch. Will it tell me how many I did? Let's find out. No. Quest. It did. Okay, cool. I gotta kill 5 more. I like that. That's fun. Easy schmeezy lemon peasy. 5, 4, 3. Whoop. Hold on. 3. Uh-oh, I need more ammo. The loot! Get the loot! Yeah, dingus. Yeah, I will. Good call. It is a looter shooter, as they say. I have shot. Now I must lot. How accurate this thing is. Point. Not very. Oh, there's a glimmer pile? Hold on. Over here? I play Xbox. Oh, hello. Pardon me, I'm doing a thing right now. Rude. I'm just sitting here. Does that tell me where stuff is? Are those little dots? Is that a thing? I'm gonna check. This is for science. Nope. Unless that's a mission? Is that a mission? Or is it just a thing hanging out? Oh, it's a thing. What are you? Nope, still not the right thing. No, that is the right thing. I'm supposed to shoot it? Start. Oh. Oh, it's a mission.
We've got hostiles in the area. Coordinates marked.
Okay, thank you. You say marked, but then where are you? Seriously, where's the mark? Oh, I feel so dumb sometimes in these because I know it's something obvious, you know? Like I just can't see the dot. Why can't I see the dot? Or is the mission not started yet? Stuff like that, right? It just kind of makes you crazy. Oh, I have no ammo. Ah, bummer. Would you mind turning into ammo for me? That's a terrible gun. I don't like that one at all. Okay, it's not so bad. Stop moving, though. Thank you. Is that a fusion gun? Hold on, dude. Am I using a fusion gun right now? Linear fusion rifle. That's something. Something like it. I should be good on that. I think I've killed enough things. Just killed a couple more just for fun. Great for boss DPS? Yeah. Hello. That should do it. Go back over here. Pop. Okay. Now we're back to menu and check out my quests. And then good here.
Functioning all right?
And I got it. Hey, far out. Let's do some of these. Single life, calibrate trace rifles against any target. Trace rifle. Do I have one of those? Let's find out. Trace rifle. Nope. That's a fusion rifle. Oh, more fusion rifle stuff. Okay, fusion, arc weapon, rocket launcher. All right, I'll just keep using my fusion thing. Am I out of wet? Aw, man. Okay, that's fun. I wish I don't know what game you can just be a sniper, but I do like sniping. Talk to what guy? Oh, Shaw? Hold on. My condolences about the workplace. Oh, that sucks. Sorry, I missed something. Now here's a question. Since they've been really rude and unprofessional, should I give a standard 2 weeks or go with my gut and just do a week notice? You don't owe them 2 weeks. That's a nice thing to do, but you do not owe them 2 weeks. Yeah, like the fact that you're giving them a week is nice. You don't have to do that. Right? Ow. How about one of these? Take it. 1 second. Just hold on right there. Thank you. Appreciate your patience. Now I can put my fusion rifle back on because I've gathered enough ammo. Great for me. Okay. Nope. Quests. Got that one. Got more fusion stuff. Neat. What's this one? Fusion.
Happy to do it.
An arc weapon. That must be the one that I'm using. Okay. Hello.
Report.
Bounties. Public disturbance. Oh, is he give you more? Sniper Elite 3? Is that what that is? They wouldn't give you 2 weeks. Yeah, they wouldn't give you 2 weeks. Exactly, dude. That's a very good point.
Stay loose.
All right. To see if any public events are active or currency, hold tab to open the destination map. Oh, neat. Okay, so what are you? Public event, house cleaning, hive. Defeat hive anywhere in the Cosmodrome. They can be found in Skywatch. Oh.
All right.
Hive can only hold one at a time. Oh, I see. So, okay, go kill hive. So now I get even more just for running around here. And if I use my arc weapon, I will eventually be happy with that. Okay, cool. Neat. I guess just running around and doing this. And it's part of the game, right? Like, I could give them money or time. Hey, that's not allowed. Thank you. Do I have to go to the basement to find the hive people? I don't want to go down. I don't like that. Come out, wherever you are. Thank you. I don't want to go downstairs. Downstairs is scary. Why'd the war drums start playing? Oh, I got a helmet. Oh, neat. I think hive or yeah, I think I got to go into the downstairs to kill the hive. Let's go down there. I like it when they stop. Ooh, that's a terrible rifle. That one's not so bad. Whoa, hello. Shot myself in the butt. Genius. Haha. Mean, rude. Hold on 1 second. Thank you. I just need to double check where I yeah, I just need to double check something. Is it, can I hit Q for quiet? No, Q does something else. Defeat combatants with the grenade ability and kill hive. I already did that one, fusion rifles. Did this one for arc weapons. Okay, what's this one? Trace rifle, don't have that. Machine gun and rocket launcher. Okay, let's do that. Skywatch has most hive. I think downstairs has some hive. But I'll go check that out before I do anything else. So here I need a shotgun. Shotgun? There we go. And what was the other one? Machine gun. Machine gun and a rocket launcher. That's the one I was trying to do. Okay. Rocket launcher. Does submachine gun count as a machine gun? I actually don't know. Oh no, what's going on? Ow. Why are we going to boss mode? There, now I can go kill things with the rocket launcher. Yeah, that was fun. Man, you run out of ammo so fast. And the only way to get it is to shoot guys, right? MGs are just heavy? Too bad. Then if I do, then I gotta go back. Quest and find out what the other thing is. Rocket launcher. Glaive. Is that my sword? No, it's not. Rocket launcher. Rocket launcher. I guess I'm just gonna keep killing things with my rocket launcher. And then use this for fun. Till I can get some more like ammo. Which I should probably like if I go down and I go find some of those guys, then I will have some. Okay, let's go where people are. Instead of waiting for things to spawn, go find some. Hello. Oh, that would have been a good time. No. I was going to say, good time for a rocket launcher, but no, since, like, I actually don't have any heavy weapons. Any heavy. Okay. Doo-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Still no heavy ammo. Crazy, man. Event? Randomly spawned events? No. Not as yet. I'm sure that there are about a million things I don't know. One second, be with you in a moment. Thank you. None of them are dropping any ammo, dude. Why not? Oh, when and where they're gonna spawn? I'm not sure I'm ready for that just yet. Like, honestly. Right now, I just gotta want to figure out how to upgrade so I can get past that final thing.
Enjoying the sights?
Step 21.
You seen any VIP targets out there?
Grenade. And yeah, that sucks. Okay, well, cool. I just need to hit more grenades. Do the grenades recharge? I assume they do, right? I need to start an event or something so that they'll come out more. But I don't know why it's not giving me any weapons. Certain subclasses think they're called have to set the cooldown a lot quicker. The cooldown for what? For when they spawn? Ooh, hi. Hey, no shields. Still no ammo. Crazy, man. I'll have my hubs come in. Oh yeah, what were we? Sorry, you said something about your husband's not going to be super happy or something.
It's the duty of every guardian to keep the frontier clear of threats to the city. Give them hell.
Ow, took that to the beans. Hey, I got a little bit more. Far out. Oh, no, I don't. Be great if some of you guys would explode and make purple boxes. That'd be... Can you make a purple box for me? How about you? Yay, a purple box. Thank you. I just had to ask nicely. I need a bunch of them. That's only one. Yeah, there's more than one. Clean the chimney. Oh, I mean, you got her. Your house starts on fire, man. Oh, yeah? You like that? How you like that? Pretty good? I definitely have not killed enough things with my rocket launcher yet, but I also need to kill it with grenades. Gunpowder gamble cooldown. Oh, I did the gunpowder cooldown? Oh! You throw a grenade and you shoot your own grenade. Okay, that makes it. Whenever it says gunpowder or whatever. That makes sense. Okay. Hello. One more. Come on up. No? But I'm being so generous. What's that? I want to touch it. No, what did I do? I literally don't know what I just did. That's so funny. Am I supposed to stay here? Guard the flag? Oh, it starts in 5 minutes. Oh, I see. It's kind of fun. That's unfortunate. Wouldn't you just walking around, standing there, minding your own business, and then suddenly, without warning, something comes around and blows your face off? All right.
Stay low. Cosmodrome's a hot zone.
Okay. So, how did I do with my quests?
Seeing movement in the moth yards. Watch for fallen.
All right. So I completed using my grenade, and I completed using my rocket launcher. I had to kill more hive. More rocket launcher and a machine gun. I don't know. I think I got some new weapons. Let's check and see what they are. Markers for public events. So you open your map. It'll tell you how long until it starts. But if you activate the flag, it will refill all your ammo, grenades, and special abilities. Oh, fun. Here's a question. So whenever I pick up a weapon and all this is full, does it just choose for me what the next thing is? Or do I go find it elsewhere?
Too many reports. And which one was I?
So you can level up here as you get more cool stuff. Neat. All right, that's kind of fun. I don't like my rocket launcher though. Public events should show in the in-game. Okay, I'll go look for that.
Don't ever let up. The darkness will.
All right. Public event optional. Okay, cool. So I just like go over there and wait a minute. Okay, I will. We'll see what happens. I ain't never not done this before. I hear noises. Like something important is going to happen. I'm here. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. What do you want me to do? A thing has started, or I'm teleporting, or I don't know what. Something in the sky. Should I shoot it?
Tower to Cosmo Ops. Requesting confirmation of a fallen extraction crew in your sector.
I don't know. Maybe. Oh, hello. You're big. Probably shouldn't shoot that. Probably should shoot that, though. Not the best weapon. Is that a I don't know what that is. Space lasers are always bad, though. I've been in a lot of different sci-fi, watched a lot of different sci-fi. Never seen a good space laser. Oh, a captain. Let's see what if he likes this thing. He did not, although that guy might have got it. What do we get? A blue gun. Whoop-de-doo. Everybody gotta disappear. I was shooting a tree. Of course I was. Am I supposed to kill this thing? I guess I am. I beat him. Did I get a thing? Where's my special gift? Oh well. That guy was pretty high value. I want to get my Zot gun back. I like that one better. Am I getting hurt? No, I'm just turning blue. Whoa, all right. Got a lot of stuff going on there. Jeepers creepers. What are you? Is that a good guy or a bad guy? It looks like a good guy. He's not shooting me. He must be a good guy. Oh, hello. There's a lot of bad guys here. Ow. They just keep coming, man. What the heck? I think I can do friendly fire. This guy would have been dead 1,000 times over. We good? Awesome. Give me my stuff. What do I get? Something purple, please. Oh, okay. Not something blue. At least I didn't get something borrowed. Ooh, a purple helmet, but doesn't do anything. Do I need to? So would it be smart for me to? Hello, good to see you. Welcome, King. Should I deconstruct these things that I'm never going to use again? Is that what I do? Ooh, more recovery. I guess that's better. Ooh. Was that? Hello? All right, you guys got it under control. I'm going back to my inventory. I think I like this one best. I definitely like this one. Not the most accurate of things, but dang it. Hello, Sleepy Hubby. How you doing? I'm very new to this game. And consequently, there's a lot of things it's trying to throw at me all at once. So I'm trying to figure out, like, what's the quest button? How about that one? So I don't have to keep doing it that way. More rocket launcher stuff. All right, I better switch off my rocket launcher then. Silly, silly me. Let's go kill some stuff with the rocket launcher. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. Yeah, that's always fun. How's that not fun? Especially when you're low level, I'd recommend playing the main campaign. The problem is I'm at level or number 21 of 21 on the main campaign, and I wasn't able to get past it. So I figured that best thing to do would be kind of come up here and level up a bit. Right? That was my thought anyway. And then just kind of wander around and I like that one. That's a good rifle. Ooh, rocket launcher stuff. Sweet. Hello. It's good. Hi, Shadow. I really enjoy. I like, despite the fact that I play story games a lot, I like FPS games. They're very simple, straightforward, right? And I feel like I'm half decent at aiming. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not super bad at it. So when I get a chance, 1 second, be right with you. Thank you for waiting. Much appreciated. It's very straightforward. The problem, there's not a lot of story, right? So the story is me trying to figure out how to play. I think getting better gear is the way to go. I played this game for probably 10 years on and off. I haven't played probably. Yeah, I know. A lot of people have said that. What's fun is that, you know, like, I'd see a lot of people. Hello, Christ follower. A lot of people who are like, you know what? I would totally play that. Arr, arr, arr. You know, I want to play that with you. It's a good excuse to get back into it because they liked it. I think I'd like it too. Streaming, it's a little weird because I get really kind of stressed out about whether or not it's fun, interesting, entertaining, or whatever. And if I'm struggling with menus and I haven't quite figured out the game yet, it can be. I feel like it can be frustrating for others. But you know, that's just me being all. You know what? Should I just dismantle this, right? And you just get some of that. Okay, that's cool. Just been a while. Yeah, everybody says that. All these people coming in being like, man, I haven't played that in forever. I should get back into that. I remember that being fun, just nonstop, which I think is great. Like, if I'm trying to find stuff I can do community wise, right, to be able to hang out with folks. And if this is the thing I can do with the community because everybody seems to like it but needs an excuse to play it, happy to do it. I still want to know what the quest button is, so I don't have to keep doing it that way. All right, I rocket launchered. I gotta kill Hive. Okay, so you with the face. I'm looking for bounties.
Here to help.
Yeah, thank you. Press 3, swap your power weapon 3 times.
Don't ever let up. The darkness won't.
Defeat combatants in the Cosmodrome using any power weapon.
Sounds good.
Okay. Any power weapon? Well, then I'm going to choose not this one. How about a sword? That's a power weapon. And then I don't have to worry about it too much. If you want to know the story of Destiny 1 or 2, I recommend this guy on YouTube. Yeah, we don't do links here. Send it to me in Discord. Very up close and personal. I'm gonna kill you! Well, I missed. I'm glad they fly low. That's really helpful. Played a metric ton of Destiny 2. That's so fun, Shadow. I love that that's like a big thing and people really like this game. It got me excited for it. Hello. Pardon me. Just stay right there. Thank you. But apparently this sword uses ammunition. Is that what I'm learning? That's kind of weird. Sword with ammo. But then I am in a space game. My sword is also kind of clear. I baseball batted that guy in the face. It's a heavy weapon. It does a lot of damage. Yeah, okay, I can see it. I mean, yeah, it is. It does a lot of damage. I mean, up close and personal, kind of rough. Did I get the thing? Let's find out. Not quite. Gotta go kill one more thing with my power. I feel like I've killed more than 5 things, though. Or does it have to be charged up to be able to use properly? Means I need purple ammo. Which is hard to come by. A lot of content. Oh, dude. Tell me. Let me. Yeah, no question. Ow. Please stand. Would you stop doing that? I need you to stay put if I'm going to sword you in the face. Thank you. Very appreciated. That had to have done it, right?
Hello there.
Hello, Miss Duck. Power weapons. Oh, it does. It does need to be like charged up with the purple. I need the purple. It is neat how they get out of the way. That feels different than any other game. They feel like they're actually trying to get out of the way. You know what I mean? They're not just like dumb. They actually are trying to move. How the cracker am I? I'm doing okay. I was actually kind of surprised at myself when I got sort of grumpy during stream today. But, nope, still no ammo. But I'm doing okay. I think it's just because I didn't have myself a, I'm a Titan in game with the most broken auto rifle. You get it like super early in game where you're like season 1 and they just didn't balance it properly kind of thing. I'm annoyed that they won't leave me any purples. Got a quack wheel to the car. Are you up late? Because was it yesterday, day before? You were up super early. I need to make something give me heavy ammo. But nothing's giving ammo out. I guess the green stuff. Lame. That game's still kind of early, but it's only been playing for 7 months. Okay, have you gotten to the end of the like the story? I'm still very early story. Like, I'm literally still in the tutorial. I'm just trying to level up a little bit before I can get back into level 21. And I've got weapons for days. Actually, there's a good question. So I've been picking up weapons, and I've only got, like, you only got the 9, right? Where you can that you can hold at once. What happens to the other weapons? Do they disappear? Are they in my inventory somewhere that I can't see? There's some purple. Hello? Did that count? Better go kill one more for safekeeping. You have to go, it has limited slot. It does hold a lot. Okay, good. That's what I thought. Oh, missed. There we go. Missed. How about now? That's the stuff. Cool. That should do it. All the weapons that get stored in the postmaster. Oh, they get stored at this tower. Oh, neat. Okay, cool. And then you can come back and then you go over there and you can like re-armor yourself with your old stuff. Oh, that's kind of fun. Or take them apart. Neat. I like that. Okay. Going back to quests is kind of a pain. Okay, I did it. Yeah. I did the power weapon one. It needs me to kill Hive. And somebody said they knew where the Hive was. I don't know where the Hive is. What's your other deal?
Got a report. Together, Guardian.
What's that? Complete public events in the Cosmodrome. I did that one.
Sounds good.
Okay. I guess I'll go start one. Actually, we're going to change up my weapons because I don't like these weapons. Where's my nice sniper rifle? The one that goes zoop and then the head explodes. I like that one. Excuse me, I am working here. Mind-breaking boots. Let's go. Probably really hard to tie. Beginning in the middle of the game, whatever's the highest power you use once you get to the end of the game, that's when you're actually gonna min-maxing gear and trying to figure out all the ins and outs and stuff. Yeah, I can see that. No. That one. I think that's the one I like that goes voop and then the thing explodes. Yeah, that's the one. I like that one. Where's the boss? Oh, you already killed him? Oh, yeah, big turkey. People are asking me a bunch of questions at work. Okay, have a good one, man. I am almost done stream, and I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I'll see you Thursday. Oh, no ammo. Okay, yeah, I think that's good. I'm gonna go check one more time what I've got going on in my my inventory, and after that, we'll be done. Let's find someone to raid. Nope, not quite there yet. Okay, that's fine. Inventory. Did I get anything better? 35. Okay. No. I didn't really get anything better than that. I think I did get a decent arm thingy.
City soon.
Yeah.
Commander.
And I got mind-breaking boots. I already had those ones. Oh, this is better mind-breaker boots. Oh, these are all resilience. Okay, or recovery. That one kind of spreads it out. Well, that's interesting. They're actually not as good, even though they're up. Better strength, better resilience. This one kind of averages them out. Maybe average is better? I don't know. I went up a power, so that means it's good, right? Best of exotic, and you only have one exotic weapon and one exotic. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Really? Oh, that's kind of interesting. They limit you. Well, I'm going to have to go through and figure some of that stuff out. I appreciate you guys spending some time hanging out with me. It's been it's always a learning experience. I've done this a few times where jump into a gacha game, jump into a really popular game. But the more popular, especially when it comes to online multiplayer games, there's a lot of things to know. And so I want to learn. I sometimes I throw my hands up in the air and I'm like, I don't want to do this anymore. Get me Pac-Man. You know what I mean? Where I know what's going on. But the truth is, everybody who comes into the stream says, I really like this game. I really liked this game. I should play this game more. And if it's that across the board, plus Aki and Fam, they like it. They've been doing it forever and ever and ever. And they said they'd be willing to like help me out and teach me and show me the ropes and whatnot, which is great. I would love to do that. It's just a matter of dippy ding. I really gotta get my head wrapped around. I'll go watch some YouTube videos. That's what I'll do. YouTube will solve my problem. I can just go learn stuff from the videos. I won't be streaming tomorrow. I'm actually off in another town hanging out because I got to do some kind of new workers orientation for a job I've had for a year. So we'll see. It's part of the requirement for licensing, so I gotta go. I don't have a choice. And then I'll be back on Thursday. No, dude, I appreciate you being here, Zach. I really, really do. Very kind of you. Much appreciated. Yeah, I'll be here Thursday. Just gotta wait a little bit. Let's raid like Bearded Beowulf. He's a great guy. Come hang out. Yeah, you have a good night too. Thanks for being here. I hope you guys feel better who are going rough, and I hope you have a great night. It should be a lot of fun on Thursday. I'm looking forward to it. And remember, go to the Discord, go to the announcements, make sure that you find yourself give someone's story, give a reason, and I'll give them some coffee or some rogue. It's all free. Just requires you being on the Discord. Okay, if you shoot me some yeah, all right. Lord Warrior's going through some stuff, and I don't know why, but you know, bless him and help him. Amen. If you want to help me, yeah. If you want to, you can. No pressure, but yeah, I'd love to pray for you. All right, see you guys later.